you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air. Stacking my no stairs. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air. Stacking my no stairs. Itapumua. Kablaya chua chua. Itapumua. Itapumua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling blessed. Hata kama haso na ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Najua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they been teach us. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air. Stacking my no stairs. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air. Stacking my no stairs. Don't be too insecure. It matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure. It matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. 'Cause even if you're underground, Nitapumua, Nitapumua, Kablaya chua chua. Nitapumua, Nitapumua, Kablaya chua. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy 'cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told from the days of the old were to keep us from seeing the state of our being. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. 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 Black and blue.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Ruto must go.
Yes,
Yes.
must go, must go.
Must go, must go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special edition of whatever it is. We are on Power Radio this morning. Yes, it is morning. Yes, it is still morning. Live on the second edition of the Maandamano exhibition, happening live on location at the rooftop of the mall Westlands. And it's really just a 2-day event. We shall be here the whole day, of course, and tomorrow, that's 20th to 21st of June, for a 2-day packed event.
from the struggle for independence up emotive images. And I think it's very important that we look and we reflect on the struggle that we've been building, that our ancestors have been building,
Right.
and that we are continuing.
Yeah.
Because it also gives you motivation, you know.
Yeah.
And I will say all the violence that we've endured, all the people that were killed, it is not in vain. And we cannot allow it to be in vain. That's
Yes.
why we must continue. We must keep it going, and
Yeah.
we must continue the struggle to liberate Kenya.
That's right. Yes. I've had conversations with people where they say that sometimes they go to such exhibitions, you know, there's a heavy usage of art,
Yes.
and kind of the creative expression to kind of escape the realities. But then you come to such an exhibition, and instead of escaping, it kind of forces you to grapple with the
Yes.
moment that you're currently living in as a Kenyan. So, basing off of that background, why do you think specifically it's important for us to use the voice of whether it's art, whether it's the artists, whether it's media, whether it's the arts in general, to sort of speak into the governance and democratic spaces in Kenya? Why is it so effective, if I would use the word effective? Yeah, maybe over other traditional means. Yeah.
I think especially now that a lot of our messaging is focused towards young people,
Yes.
I think that is a good way to bring young people on board,
Yeah.
and to get young people to care. Because right now, I remember during this period last year,
Yes.
this week that we are in, from the 18th to the 25th, somebody couldn't even post anything except reject finance bill,
Right.
because you will be hounded for that.
Yes.
And I think that that art and content and media, it brings young people into the space to engage. And the other thing is, we can't ignore it,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
So art also gives us a freedom of expression that perhaps media or legacy or traditional media doesn't give us. I watched an interview with Chimamanda Adichie on Al Jazeera talking about her new book, and she says through fiction she's able to explore themes without fear.
Yes.
And I think in Kenya we are getting to a point where we have to be very careful what we say, who we say
Yeah,
to
yeah.
to protect ourselves.
Yeah.
And so that's where art becomes so important. I've seen that there's a play that was originally written by Ngugi wa Thiong'o that is being staged at Kenya National Theatre this week for
Yeah.
the first time in 50 years.
Wow.
And it talks about the same police, colonialism,
Right.
and you watch a movie like Sarafina, that it transcends countries. So the value of art, you can't put any value on it, especially
Right.
when it comes to the struggle.
Yeah.
And documentation.
Yes.
Look at what happened with Blood Parliament.
Yes.
We wouldn't have been able to get those answers without having those images, without having those videos. So documentation, of course, plays a very big role as well. Yes.
Yeah. When I look at documentation, even just as a whole, I cannot help myself but think about, who are the custodians of narratives, right? Custodianship of narratives is, yes, the artists get to create this, whatever we grab, whatever we go to, for example, in an exhibition, and we are able to see whether it's through a graffiti art, whether it's through music, whether it's through books, right? And then, but I'm always kind of dancing around, how do we just decentralize this custodianship of narratives? Because it is very, very important. What do you think needs to happen in terms of that?
You know what? That's a phenomenal question.
Yeah.
That I think it's something that is being phased away with the rise of social media.
Yes.
Because nowadays there's no one person who says kesho tukuje maandamano, for
Right.
example.
Yeah.
You don't know where it came from.
Yeah.
These ideas just surface through
Organically.
way of some post, and they just catch like wildfire,
Yeah.
to the point where you can never even determine like where does it come from. So nowadays the narratives are many, and you can never pinpoint who is the person who said this. To
Yes.
some extent that could be a bad thing, to
Yes.
some extent it's brilliant, especially given the way we've had to learn how to organize in these times
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
we have to really think about our safety.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think also as Africans, as a collective, as Kenyans, as a collective,
Yes.
we need to have our own ways of thinking. Even this concept of democracy, where did it come from? How do we know it works for us?
Right.
So in that way, I think we need to rethink our narratives and reclaim our custody over them.
I love that. What do you think the Gen Z narrative is? I mean, of course, it's quite a big responsibility to sort of be the poster child for the Gen Z voice in our generation. But of course, you've stepped up in part of the Gen Z, and of course, kuna conversations now kwa ground. What is the general feel of your generation to as pertaining this current moment that we are in?
And I'd like to use this question to draw some attention to a very an issue that really makes me so sad. The issue of Gunzi.
Yes.
Gunzi. Because I can talk on behalf of Gen Zs, and I'll come here and I'll tell you that what we want is better, and we are saying enough is enough. What is it going to take for us to get better? We'll do it. Doesn't mean we have to come to the streets. Okay, we'll be there. Doesn't mean we need to vote. Okay, we'll be there. But then on the other hand, I feel like we are not talking about this section of Gen Zs that are being co-opted by the state. You're being given as little as 200 shillings to beat your fellow comrade
and
who
to
is
disrupt peaceful protest, like
who
we
is
just
fighting
saw.
for your rights.
That's right.
And then at the end of the day, in 2027, you'll go and vote for the same man who gave you 200 shillings to kill a fellow Kenyan. And so I just wanted to use that question to draw in on that, so that we can ask ourselves as a people and as Kenyans, where are we going wrong? Why is this reality that we are grappling with? Why can this man accept this money and come and beat women, your sister in the streets, So as we ask ourselves that question, let's also see what we can do to bring these people into the right struggle, into the right, because even when it comes to police acting on illegal orders, maybe it's that they don't feel they have another chance. But yes, also these Gunzi, they are young people.
They are young
so
people,
I think as we talk about the Gen Z voice, I don't want to leave them out of the conversation, because something must be done.
That's right. So as we wrap up our conversation, because I know you got to go, why should people come to the Maandamano exhibition?
This is no longer about a finance bill, right? This exhibition covers the struggle for our lives, the struggle for our liberty, the struggle for our self-rule from the beginning till date. So I think it's important that you come and learn where we've come from as a country, so that you can also think about where we are going. And also it's just a vibe. There's music. I'll be moderating a panel later.
Yes, come and see her do her thing. Right.
Let's talk about human rights or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof.
Yes.
Mind you. Awesome. Tatiana, thank you so much. I mean, it's
for
always
having me.
a breeze talking to you, and thank you for rendering your voice to this generation. Yes. And as you have heard, Tatiana, she shall be on a panel moderating. What is going to be the conversation
We are talking about human rights. Yes, and we have some very interesting guests. And there's lots of chapters here that I'm excited for.
Yes, absolutely. And I think let me take a breath. I come back and I'll take you through some of the chapters that we are going to be kind of having conversations around. Thank you so much, Tatiana.
Thank you,
That has been our time with Tatiana Gisheru, journalist, as she has said, and we shall be going to our next interview of the day. But again, I'm just telling you that exclusive coverage of the 2-day event is going to be right here on Power Radio. We shall be looking at documenting democracy through a creative lens under the theme We the People. That is the theme of this year's second edition of the Maandamano exhibition. Let me take a quick breather. I come back with our next conversation. If you want to get in touch with us, ask any questions. Also, if you want to find out where the directions, please at us, Power Radio, across all social media platforms. See you after this short break.
Power Radio. Power
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest, realest, Deco are the realest, sickest,
Tell her at the sick, illest, jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pin, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sija kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gisha vroom vroom. Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me, me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk says chocha mi simple la tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche, usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka, usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje, usijione mjanja kuna wabaya, piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya, misi dona usiniombe mbao, naleta disorder wananiona hadi kwao, napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi, warembo na pia bongi, sokopi man nilikuwa mkomi, nilikuwa pedi nkaritaya sai maombi na live na jajado, nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood, until the bury us I wish a nigga cool, you're so hilarious na kuvunja na food, tuko shook, scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush, sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale, first of all uko nyuma kama tail, legend kwa streets, bigger surveys, fake niggas wanna die beef, wanna die to speak, yeah, baddest, lynchy are the baddest, realest, deko are the realest, sickest, telo are the sick, illest, jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pin, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sija kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gisha vroom vroom. Awa madem na wa replace kasim kat cheesy, maskini mnono ebuka mna jibag, I'm so sick na sioni mkipona, leta weed at nyonya tukiwa pima, vile na roga wanadai ni dumba, daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda, ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya, kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya,
vibe tamu na kuletea visimpo, msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone, cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton, wanajua mi madawa mi napendaga easy form, selected DJ MC itabidi mumeimba, vitu mna play inaka mna tupima, mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber, mkono shingo siva na kupigia matimba,
baddest, lynchy are the baddest, realest, deko are the realest, sickest, telo are the sick, illest, jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pin, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sija kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gisha vroom vroom.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu, muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, tamu, kushinda managu, nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
muziki
ni tamu, kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals.
Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session.
Don't you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gezea. We're blowing trees in the air. Stacking my feet on those stairs. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gezea. We're blowing trees in the air. Stacking my feet on those stairs. Itapumua. Kabla ya shua kutua. nitapumua, nitapumua kabla ya jua kutua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling blessed. Hata kama haso na ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Najua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they been teach us. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there, hapa good vibes ongezea. We're blowing trees in the air, staki mafinyo no stairs. Una bad vibes over there, hapa good vibes ongezea. We're blowing trees in the air, staki mafinyo no stairs. Not too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure. It matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still here. We are still here at the second edition of the Maandamano exhibition. It's a 2-day event that is going to be full of conversations and reflections about the moment that we are currently living in Kenya. I mean, if you do not know what has been going on, you must be living under a rock. But the theme of this year is We the People. And why is it important to center the people in the struggle and fight for good governance? We talk about progressive democracy as well as highlighting on issues of activism and human rights. It's very important because it is, if it's not for the people, then for who? For whom exactly is it for? And so we are really hoping that each and every Kenyan, wherever you are, if you're around the Westlands area, please make your way to the rooftop of the mall as we engage in this 2-day event that really causes you to grapple on issues of democracy and just kind of reflect about what it means to be a Kenyan in this particular season that we are living in. And to help us also unpack and talk about the role of artists in speaking into these issues, I am joined by the one, the only Nyokafi Masharia. I'm not going to undersell her, so kindly allow me to allow her introduce herself.
Wow, umechocha. Wow, I love it.
Yes, please. Kindly introduce yourself and what you are about, and then we can get into our conversation today.
My name is Nyokafi Masharia.
Yes.
I am an actor, recently became a singer as well. I'm also a director, producer.
Yeah.
I have my own film and theater company called Shots from Africa, which I run with alongside Nice Givinji.
Okay.
And yeah, a love of life, really, to be honest.
This is true.
Yeah.
I can't, first of all, people, for context, I went to campus during
school together.
During her time, and I don't know what you mean by you just started singing. You've always been singing.
See, that's so interesting.
Yeah, you
There's
have been
literally,
always
I keep
singing.
telling people, there are people who know me as a singer first before an actor.
That's true.
Because now I got into the industry as an actor, and then like 10 years later is when I'm like, you know
by
what,
the way,
I'm gonna be.
I have some pipes.
Yeah.
Oh, and she has major pipes, by the way. This is Akisi Chochi. You would, and then you know you have this authoritative voice. Yeah, we have this such authoritative
What wakuja
voice.
show? Niko na show 25th to 27th of July called Index 1.
Yes.
At Braeburn, Gitanga Road.
Yes.
Tickets on mook.com.
Fantastic.
Yes.
We will all be there.
Please.
Awesome. Cool. It's really good to have you here on Power Radio today.
Yeah.
And, looking at your work even as an actor, as an artist as well, I want to kind of pick your mind on why is it so important for us to see the moment that we live in Kenya, very distressing moment that we live in Kenya, seen or as captured from an artist's point of view. Yeah.
Well, to begin with, we say msanii ni kioo cha jamii.
Yes.
We are the reflection of what is happening in the society. And a very important role that we have, like when we document the times, it means that future generations have something to look back on. But when we let the times go by, then it means even future generations do not have context, and how do you know how far you've come if you cannot be able to look back?
Yes.
It's the same thing about, a lot of our traditions were lost because we hadn't documented it. We don't have videos, we didn't have journals or just articles on it, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's it's very dangerous, because as a society we need to see where we've come from so that we can be able to plan for the future. And you'll realize some of these things are literally a repeat of what was happening back in the day. I was just having a look at the exhibition and some of the cartoons that they used to draw, and the satire that was so strong back then. But the issues that they're speaking about, it literally feels like we're talking about whatever is happening today.
Right now,
and it's so important for society to realize that even as we draw up solutions, we're not coming up with anything new under the sun. And the only way we are able to progress is if we are, first of all, conscious of the fact that there are people who are before us that tried these solutions that we have come up, these new solutions that we've come up with. And so it's more important to question, why did those solutions not work? How can we build on them, as opposed to say, we are the ones now who are bringing the change. And yes, we are, but we are not starting from scratch. There were people who came before us.
That's right.
Yeah.
And when I think about the work or the role of an artist, I do think about them as custodians of narratives.
Yes.
And I want us to delve a little bit on that custodianship of narrative.
Yeah.
How do we decentralize that custodianship beyond the artist? Because yes, you do create. Sometimes you create for yourself, but you also want that the public or members of society to kind of also take on that narrative.
Right.
And whatever it is, you want them to be able to use that to speak into the moments that we are currently living in.
Right.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that?
Sorry, so what's the question?
The question is, how do we decentralize the custodianship of narratives from the artist?
Right.
Yeah.
So that other people can also own up to it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting. I think it's already happening.
Okay.
And I don't even think it's an active thing that we can do.
Yeah.
Because the work of art is to inspire. And if me standing here and having a conversation with you inspires someone else to do the same in another platform, then I've already done my work. And I think as an artist, I can only do so much. I can't come to you and say, this is what I was trying to, I needed you to get this from this conversation.
Yes.
Because what you'll notice, even in works of art and just creative ventures generally, audiences get very different things.
Yes.
There's someone who will get such a different thing from this conversation from someone else.
That's
and
right, yeah.
that's the point of art. It's not spoon feeding you. It's whatever that inspires you. Because also, I don't know if you've heard this, but songs, you like songs depending on what you're going through at the moment.
I've heard this a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
Sort of at a heartbreak song, ina resonate, imekuwa favorite, but because you've been heartbroken,
Right.
But then in 5 months' time, you're gonna be like, I'm not too sure about that song, but it's because you resonate with that. The same thing with what is it called, Maandamano chants and Maandamano songs.
Yes.
These are things that were inspired by pre-existing things.
Right.
Yes. Yote yawezeka, like all of these things, kina gidi maji. So a lot of these things, I don't think really it's in the control of the artist. Our work is to create.
Yes.
Whatever you get out of it,
that's up to you.
That's up to you. Yeah.
Art is the revolution.
Yes.
Discuss.
Yes.
20 marks.
God damn it. Easy at 10 marks.
No, 20 marks.
Art is the revolution.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
The special thing about art is that, for instance, we give entertainment. Ours is not a need. So by the time you're coming to my show, you want it.
Yes.
And maybe you need it to Nini, but because you're paying to get that, right?
Yeah.
And it has a very interesting way of disseminating information because, and now we're having the rise of TikTok influencers explaining, think about the finance bill.
Right.
So many TikTok influencers came up and they're explaining it, they're breaking it down in such a palatable way because when you go to that document, you're looking at that document and thinking, my nigga, I can't even understand half of the
90
sentence.
pages.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's so important for artists to recognize the role that is there, not only artists, but also the society and even the structures around us. So even from government, you know, for instance, you know, the entertainment industry, the creative economy contributes 5% to the GDP economy, right?
A lot, yeah.
It's a lot.
Yes.
And so there has to be a recognition from government, from corporates, from the education system, and realize that entertainment is not exclusive of academics. That's one thing that I really actually picked up from Daystar, where Dr. Wandi Anjoya was very...
Shout out to her.
You know, she really championed for the arts. And I remember that's the first time I thought, oh my goodness. So arts, I mean, entertainment can coexist with academics.
That's
and in fact, it's a way to disseminate information. Someone a constitution and they've never read. Just they are not capable of doing that. But if I'm able to sing them a song, and if my chant of Ruto must go reaches out to the heart of hearts, then I have, you know, I've done my job there. And so I think the thing about art is that it speaks even to the most common mananchi. It transcends language, you know, as in right now, people from Spain, from America and whatever, we can all have a protest right now. And they can be chanting in their language. Think about, what was this? La Casa de Papel. What was the nini? The song, I forget, and it's such a...
I've forgotten.
I don't know if you know the meaning of Bella Ciao.
No, actually.
Exactly.
I do not know. What does it mean, though?
I just know it's a protest song.
Right.
And you see, the thing is, you didn't have to know what that is. But you see, we saw this in a series. It became popular. And it catches on. And so art is so powerful because it transcends so many barriers that exist in the normal settings.
Right.
Yeah.
So the whole I guess theme or the tagline of this exhibition is documenting Kenya's democracy through a creative lens. Why is it so important for us to kind of have these archives, living archives with us, you know? So that, and then how then do we also sustain the archiving of whatever, whether it's democracy in history, create these repositories?
I think going back to what we had just said before, history is the way we can be able to know what the solutions for the future are.
Right.
Because history allows us not to start from scratch. History gives us somewhere, you know, like a platform to build on. And because there's so much work that has been done by the Mau Mau, by who, and if you think about their forms of protest, you realize that it's a thread. It's not a discontinued journey, right? So whatever the Gen Z did today, I mean last year, and we are still continuing to do that. I said we, meaning like as the country, not Gen Z. Although Gen Z is a state of mind.
Yes, it
is. All these things are literally, if we were to take a closer look at what the Mau Mau were doing at the time, we'd be surprised that we are just doing the same thing. It's only that we have mobile phones. It's only that we have internet. It's only that we have a little bit more resources. But when you think about how the women would provide food for the men that are going to fight, and the care that was taken care of, like the care that was being provided to them, it's how these guys are setting up medical camps, right, in town next to Jamia Mall. It's how the lawyers are coming through with their, you know, their legal expertise and stuff like that. And back in the Mau Mau days, the only difference is that now we had different people, you know, handling, I don't know, the people who are handling food. And then we had people who are going to camp. And then we have people who... So it's kind of like the same thing. And I think history, one, motivates us and gives us retrospect. Like... It's so important for us to know where have we come from, what's our identity, what... And so that we can also be grounded as a people, and so that we can we can move forward and not just operate from a place of ignorance.
Right.
Yeah.
So there have been memes flying all over.
Yeah.
And one of the memes that really caught my attention was a Gen Z saying,
Yeah.
by the way, I never thought in my wildest imaginations that
Yeah.
at 20 years old,
Yeah.
I would be forced to be a Mau Mau.
Yeah.
So in the same vein,
Yeah.
can an artist choose to separate themselves from activism in the current dispensation?
Yeah.
And I mean, I know, of course, being an artist is a responsibility,
Yeah.
but it kind of is another layer,
Yeah.
chosen responsibility
Yes.
to sort of, you're forced to be an activist
Yes.
and you're forced to, I don't know, be in
Yeah.
people's faces
Yeah.
with whatever is happening
Yeah.
around us. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
ideally,
Yes.
it's not. I don't think it's okay for an artist to separate themselves. I don't
Okay.
even think it's possible,
Okay.
really, because art is politics.
Okay.
It is politics.
Yes,
The
it
fact
is.
that you chose art in the first place,
Yeah.
that is the most radical
Thing you could do.
The radical thing you could do, because it comes with so much uncertainty and that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
if you're getting to a point and you're saying, me, I don't like involving myself in politics, then
things.
there's a little bit of a disconnect over there. Think about how when Obama was getting into presidency, Beyonce, the Oprah Winfreys, all of these people really used their influence
Yeah.
to make sure, because if I say today I'm going to vote for, I don't know, let's say Martha Karua or
Yeah.
Maraga or something like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
there's like 30 people who are not so aware of politics,
Yeah.
but they'll be like, oh, if Nyokafi is doing that,
Then I guess.
exactly. And that's the
Right.
kind of power that
Yeah.
we have.
Yeah.
And so with power comes responsibility. So whether you choose to be, I don't know, neutral about it, and I don't even think, like, how do you even get to that point? Because at the end of the day, all of these policies
Yeah.
do trickle
They
down to
affect
our
us.
creative economy.
Yes.
And we have to be active participants in terms of deciding what is going on in our, in our economy, in our industry, and fighting for those things.
Right.
But staying silent, I don't think it's an option. It does happen, in fact, very often, and I think it's still happening
Right.
even up until today.
Yeah.
But I don't think that is the way to go.
Right.
Yeah.
As a person who is very vocal, and not just even vocal in terms of how, like, the projection of your voice.
Yeah.
You have quite a powerful voice.
Yeah.
I use that, yes, both as a euphemism, but
Yeah.
also just practically.
Yeah.
What has been the journey been for you,
Yeah.
finding your voice
Yeah.
and using your very powerful voice to
Yeah.
unlock that power and
Yeah.
speak into the current times that we're living in?
I think
Yeah.
earlier on
Yeah.
in my career, you were a little bit afraid of saying the wrong thing. You know what I mean? You don't want to be in the wrong
Yes,
side.
cancelled.
You don't want to be
You
cancelled.
don't wanna be cancelled?
But also you don't want to be too aggressive.
Right.
You don't want clients to think that you're this problematic person.
Exactly, yeah.
And then the older you grow, you realize, nah,
I've got my values
I
to
have my
stay
values.
true to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if at all someone doesn't agree with what you're saying,
Yeah.
and there's an importance of like discourse, you know?
Yes.
I think we need to be okay with the fact that your opinion might not be my opinion. And also that is a chance for education. It is a chance for dialogue, collaboration,
That's right.
perspective
Yes,
as well.
yes.
I think we really go wrong when it comes to, especially, even take, for example, Twitter.
Oh,
It's like if
I
you're
gave
not
up
saying
on
what this person is saying, you have
cancelled.
you're cancelled.
Yes.
And as much as I like the fact that we are getting to a point where some idiosyncrasies are not going to be entertained.
Yes,
But I
yes,
think
yes.
sometimes it also closes the room for perspective, and
Right.
we are always
And new ones also.
new ones.
Yeah,
exactly.
We need new ones.
And
intellectuals as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think that sort of attack on you've said the wrong thing sometimes makes someone retract, and you don't even, especially the people who are not well read, and
Yes.
if your mission is to spread a message and
Yes.
stuff like that,
Yes.
it's important for you to sort of engage
Right.
people at
Right,
times,
right.
because every time people assume that, and I am also very guilty of that, by the way. It's those ones for I'm not even going to Nini, and sometimes someone is genuinely like, wait, hold up,
Yeah.
what's going on?
What's going on? Yeah.
And so I think there has to be a little bit room for perspective and discourse and meaningful conversations
Right.
that make us understand both sides of the perspective and not always waiting to answer.
Okay.
There's
I
a
hear
difference
you.
between listening and waiting to talk.
To respond.
Exactly.
It's not active listening.
Exactly.
Yes.
And a lot of us are always just waiting to give our
respond.
opinion.
Yeah.
And I think we'd be at a better place
Yeah.
if we are all conscious or keen
Right.
on first understanding the other person's perspective.
That's right.
As crazy as it seems, understand it. And if you don't agree with it, still say that
Yeah.
I actually do not agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right. As
Yeah.
we wrap up our conversation, because I know you've got to go.
Yeah.
We are Kenyan.
Yeah.
Now what?
We are Kenya now.
To
what?
be Kenyan is to be here in this moment. Now
Yes.
what? Now what?
Number one,
Yeah.
I think keep the fight. Like
Okay.
we can't slack. We can rest because I kid you not. Sometimes I go online and I'm like, I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing a lot of these things, and even in as someone who is vocal, I'm like, I'm so exhausted. This is really just very taxing on my mind and
Yes.
mental health.
Yeah.
But I think we need to know that this is our country and we are in charge of it.
Right.
And not the other way around.
And
Like
not
we
the
can't
other
be
way around.
bossed around to
Yeah.
just do things that,
Yeah.
work better for the government.
Right.
It's got to
Yeah.
be, we are the ones in charge and we are the ones who say what it is that we want with our country. And therefore that means active participation as a citizen is so important. So when it comes to voting and stuff like that, like earlier on, I was very, guilty of, not voting and just being like, yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But as you,
Detached, yeah.
as you grow older, you realize, this
Can
thing
no
is,
longer
you
be
can no
detached.
longer be detached.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right.
yes.
Awesome. Yeah, Nyokafi.
Yes.
Thank you so much
Thank
for coming
you.
on.
That was so lovely.
It was amazing talking to you.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do this now properly, like a
Absolutely.
proper sit down.
Absolutely.
After that,
Yeah.
but yes, we got to let Nyokafi go, but you do not go. We will be right back with our next interview of the day. And as I said, we have an exclusive coverage. We shall be here the whole of today and also the whole of tomorrow on the second edition of the Maandamano exhibition. Really, it's a moment for us to reflect on what moment that we are currently living in, and also get to discuss issues around governance, democracy, human rights, as well as activism. So do not move a muscle. We'll be right back. So do keep it Power Radio.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy 'cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked. Why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart.
Oh, the Cadillac pass. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, ninabonga. Kwa watoto, vijana na wazee, tuungane na upendo uendelee, tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause kuna magic in love, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki. Check amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani, maendeleo yanahusu jameni, na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty, tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, ninabonga. Ukabila na dini tatutengani. Noma yangu niko dini ya upendo, nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo. Nikizitoka ni wanatukembani, tunapatana mitabeli za kisana. Walitushika wakatupigisha nduru, tukaungana tukapataga uhuru. Tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, ninabonga. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, ninabonga.
Real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby oh. First of all you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. You are so special to me. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kung'ang'ana. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still here at the first day of the second edition of the Maandamano exhibition, happening currently live at the rooftop of the mall in Westlands. So please, it's absolutely free. You can make your way here, and let's really go through the documentation of Kenya's democracy using a creative lens. And the theme of this year's Maandamano exhibition is We the People, right? The Constitution, the first Article 1 of the Constitution actually talks about the sovereignty of the people and why we need to center the people, the members of the public, the citizens, in any sort of democratic or governance process, as well as we even grapple with issues in the current times that we're living in. So really, it's a great time to come and reflect about this moment that we are currently living in. And of course, with me, I am joined by one Joshua Wesonga. He's an artist, but before I undersell him, I will allow him to introduce himself, the work that he does, and then we can get into our conversation. Good to see you, sir. How are you doing this morning?
I feel blessed.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Will Said.
Awesome.
Before I introduce myself, I would like to thank Power 254
Yeah.
for giving us this beautiful platform to express our art, and also remember that we are on a journey to inspire change in this country.
That's right.
My name is Wesonga Joshua Ernest, age 24, studied business statistics, and I love art so much. I love painting, and I also love the people.
Yes.
You know, one time I was downtown, and I see so many people sleeping on the streets.
Yeah.
And they don't even know how they ended up there, but they are victims of circumstance.
Of systems, bad systems.
Bad systems.
Yes,
exactly.
yes. Awesome. So you are an illustrator and also a painter as well. And you've been part of the Project Unmute project that has been implemented by Power 254. First of all, how has your experience been at the residency?
Project Unmute has been a blessing to me.
Yeah.
Thank God for it. It is a step to achieve something in terms of change in governance of this country. And I believe me, amongst other artists, I've learned something new.
Yeah.
As an activist, it's like being a sales manager, You have to inspire change in people in the new way involving art. The old way was the arrogant way, the go to the streets, the shout. But there are a certain class of people that are not comfortable with that kind of roughness, you understand? And they are inspired by art. I use art to inspire this kind of people.
Right.
And if you took time to come to Maandamano exhibition, you would really see the beautiful pieces that I made alongside the other artists, and they reflect you are inspired.
Yes.
You are absorbed into my art,
right,
in a way that you are not offended, but you understand the situation that's going on.
Right. What is the unique role of illustrations art in kind of reflecting on issues around governance and human rights that perhaps is effective beyond the traditional modes? Yeah, what do you think illustrations gets right over other forms of art, perhaps?
Illustration gives me power as an artist to hit where it hurts.
Where it hurts.
Where it hurts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
When I'm painting a message, I bring it out in a way that someone will not get back at me, but the person who's looking at the piece will understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Understand? For example, I can make my piece bloody. You understand? To show the violence, the
to
level,
really mimic,
to bring the intensity,
yeah,
and to show that evil. The words may not express it better, but when I get into your mind through art, you can know what's taking place.
Yes. Yeah.
In the political environment.
Right. How do you come up with concepts as an artist?
That is a tricky question. I first analyze the environment. As any artist, you need an inspiration. You don't just jump onto the canvas and start painting. You analyze the situation. You take in the messages from different people. Understand?
Yes.
And with time, you try to bring this out in colors, on canvas, on paper, in art. And sometimes you borrow ideas from fellow artists or you bring in something new. But with time, you get one idea onto another. Then you come up with a whole piece. You know, initially you don't have this piece.
Yes.
But when you pick up one message from another, there's how it's just like an escalator. You keep on opening doors to creating a wholesome piece.
Right. So obviously we cannot ignore the fact that you are from Uganda, and you know, you being a crossover artist. That's first of all great job, but could you speak to us a little bit about how? Because obviously the revolution has to happen not just in Kenya, not just in Uganda, not just in Tanzania, but also the rest of the world and also on the East African region. What can we do to ensure that the East African artists as a collective, we are creating more opportunities for artists that have the knack to speak into the current times that we are living in? What do you think needs to be done to strengthen that?
First of all, God bless Kenya for the beautiful insight of art. You know, the reason why I say that is that in Uganda, artists are not inspired to shout out. They center their art on survival and on financial gain. And this is very difficult when it comes to activism, to inspire these artists to actually come out. They don't see a financial benefit, thus they don't have passion for it. So as a Ugandan, I believe with time, Ugandans are going to pick up from what Kenya is doing.
Okay.
Because I feel the energy and I feel something is going to happen in this realm of politics.
Okay. So we need to keep up the collaboration, basically.
Beautiful collaboration.
Yeah.
You see, I'm here.
You are here. You're here. Awesome. So, what are you looking forward to today's exhibition as we wrap up our conversation?
First of all, I'm looking forward for big numbers.
Okay.
The whole point is for people to come and see. Engage. That's why it's an exhibition. Come and engage. Come and pick up the message. Come and support the cause. Support Power 254. And also pick up something along the journey. This is Maandamano, and it's better when the numbers are big.
That's right. Yeah.
My main reason for promoting today's event is that I believe more events like these are going to come up, and when they come up, we shall pick up. And we shall head somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah.
Joshua, thank you so much for speaking to Power Radio. And good job with the artistry. Keep at it. I keep saying that art is the revolution and the revolution is art. So we are going to slide into our next conversation. So do keep it Power Radio. I'll be right back with our next interview.
Your kind of music, all day, all night, right here on your only station, Power Radio.
Youthman inabonga na wewe. Youthman inabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman Youthman inabonga. Kwa watoto, vijana na wazee, tuungane na upendo uendelee, tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause kuna magic in lover, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki. Check amani na do, amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani, maendeleo yanahusu jamii, jameni, na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty, tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman inabonga na wewe. Youthman inabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman tiwachonango. Youthman ukabila na dini tatutengani. Noma yangu niko dini ya upendo. Nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo. Nikizitoka ni wanatukembani. Tunapatana mitabeli za kisana. Walitushika wakatupigisha nduru. Tukaungana tukapataga uhuru. Tuungane tushikane tupendane. We must unite as a people. Tuungane tushikane tupendane. We must unite as a people.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
All right, welcome back. This is a special edition of the Maandamano exhibition, live coverage happening at the rooftop of the mall, Westlands. Please make your way here. The entry is absolutely free, and it's a second edition of the Maandamano exhibition, and this year's theme is We the People, and the tagline, documenting Kenya's democracy through a creative lens. It's very important for us to have documentation of where it is we've come from as a nation and what that history portends as we reflect about the current times that we are living in Kenya. And so please make your way here so that we can reflect about these things, issues around governance, human rights, activism as well, and just have a conversation that is guided and also collaborative across the board. And I have my next guest who I will allow him to introduce himself and the work that he does.
Thank you for having me.
Karibu sana.
Majina ni Dags. I'm a hip hopper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I do a lot in the creative space. So I do rap music.
Right.
Basically social commentary.
Oh, all right.
Then I do talks. I go around different venues, talk about my journey in terms of recovery, mental health, social consciousness and things like that. So I do this through my music, my spoken word and the talks I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Asante sana for coming through, Dags. And, as a hip-hop artist yourself, you can really never detach hip-hop from the revolution. True. It has been the music, even back in like when DJ Kool Herc was he's called the father of hip hop.
Yeah.
What was it? Is it the Bronx or
Bronx?
It
basically
originated.
Hip-hop, as they say, starts from New
Yes.
York.
We can trace the roots of hip hop back in the Bronx. It was speaking about the political turmoil that they were going through and experiencing as a people. And of course, in Kenya, it's still the same thing. We have the likes of Akina Kalamashaka, Ukovlani, Mau Mau.
Yeah.
So why do you think? What about hip hop is so? I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, what about hip-hop is very revolutionary music? Yeah.
So hip-hop is a way of expression.
Right.
And authentic hip-hop. If you look at the guys who started hip-hop in New York, they were basically talking about what they were going through, living in the projects, not getting essential services, similar things to what we're going through, right?
Yes.
And that translated to New York, to Los Angeles and all the other places around the world.
Yeah.
So the same way Jamaicans have reggae, we have hip hop.
Yeah.
And from the roots of it, as you can see, it was a way for people to speak in such a way that, rather than going out getting shot by the cops, let me have an actual documentation of what it is that I'm saying. You talked about the theme of today being documenting the current situation through a creative lens.
Yes.
So that's exactly what we're doing in hip-hop. So anything that I say in my songs about the government it's from my experience. It's what I am experiencing. Because I'm just not, whatever I'm experiencing is not general to everyone.
That's right.
So I speak my voice, you speak your voice. That's the essence of democracy.
That's true.
Yeah. So we are doing our part as hip-hop artists. So there are guys on the streets, big up to all of you. Big up Gen Z, big up millennials, big up Gen X's. Never have I seen such demonstrations where it cuts across all generations.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Usually it's wale watoto. So now the government are like, you know, they have no reason to say ni wale watoto walikuwa wanaleta kelele ama ni Gen Z wanaleta. You can't pin it on anyone because you're affecting everybody.
Yes, right.
You get it?
I get it.
So those are the things that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Similarly, to what I do in my music. So I appeal to all generations.
Yes.
Now, you know, one thing I realized as a millennial, I happen to be in between all of this. You know, not only in terms of age, but see, Gen Zs are my children, right? Are my children's age. So if I had a kid when I was 18, my kid is now 21 or something.
So that's Gen Z.
So
that's
a
right.
Gen Z.
That's right, yeah.
Then the guys in government are my parents, right?
Yeah.
So similarly in a household, when these two people fight, like your dad or your mother is not getting along with your kids, who do you chase away from the house?
That's right.
You get?
Yeah.
So it is up to us as well. As far much as we say, hey, it's the Gen Zs who are demonstrating, we also have a part to play, right? Because we understand both worlds.
Yes.
And I think we're logical enough to come up with solutions that can actually help.
And I like that. I like that. You know, why is it so important to, because we are here to look for solutions for our country, we the people.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen in the Gen Z alone, and over there it's not going to happen to Gen X's and Gen Y's.
Yeah.
So why is it important for us to really harness the power of intergenerational dialogue? Because it cuts across the things that affect us in the country, cut across all generations. Because for the longest time, it has always been just a preserve of one generation.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess right now there's a little bit of a shift. But how do we harness that intergenerational collaboration?
Exactly. So that's what I was talking about. You know, we as millennials are in a very privileged position to enhance this dialogue. Now, you know, it's so one thing I struggle with when I talk to my fellow, some of my peers who are millennials, they're like, you know, this too shall pass. It's like the normal strikes we have in universities and things like that. But I'm like, dude, listen, as far much as it doesn't affect you personally, it might affect your child or it's affecting your parents. So for example, if your parent falls sick right now and you can't afford private insurance, you have to go to whatever the hell Kenya's health insurance is right now. You know, it hits you at the pocket because your parent looks upon you to take care of them, right? Similarly, your children are in a system called CBC, or they might be in an international school. Eventually, all these guys get to meet up in university anyway, right? So the same issues, the funding model, the small capitation to schools and things like that, those affect your children as well.
Yeah.
So you as a millennial should actually be the one who's carrying this fight. You know,
That's
because
right,
these two generations are very vital to you. One gave birth to you, the other one is your continuity. So would you want your children to suffer going forward? After all, that's the reason why you're working. Right?
That's right.
To provide a good life for your children.
Yes.
So intergenerational dialogue is a very important issue.
Yes.
We should take it with the importance that it has, because myself as a millennial, I understand where both parties are coming from. So I speak both languages, right? So I can listen to what the Gen Xers are saying, digest it and articulate it to my child. That's why we, the millennials, are important, and intergenerational dialogue is important, because we have a very large population of people who can actually mediate all this. And that's why we have exhibitions like this. Let's understand where Gen X is coming from. Let's educate Gen Z what we know about the Gen X's, and from there guide them properly to a place whereby, you know, we don't suffer losses on both parts. One thing people don't understand is we are not against government. We are against
bad governance.
That's what we are protesting against.
Yes.
You get?
Yes.
So, like, why the hell would someone cover their face when you're going to court and you've been accused of something? If it was me, I would have my face open because I know I am innocent, and I'd like all the other people to see, yes, this guy is innocent. Dags is innocent. How? We saw him in court and it was proven so. But if you hide your face,
it really
that
sets
means
a
you're
bad
guilty,
precedent.
right?
Yeah.
That means you're guilty. By that simple fact alone, we shouldn't waste money trying your case, because by your actions you've admitted you're guilty. You get?
Yeah, I get what you mean. And even as we reflect about the protest that just happened last week,
Yes.
the Alberto Juang protest, right?
Yes.
We saw the deployment of goons
Yes.
to come and disrupt peaceful protesters.
Exactly.
Going to vandalize and looting property from Kenyans,
Exactly.
who were just trying to carve out a living from themselves. So when you look at the culture of protest in Kenya, and specifically from 2024, the anti-finance bill protest, what precedent do you think it sets for the nation to see these continuous disruptions deflecting Kenyans from peaceful protest? Yet it is enshrined within our constitution that we have the freedom of protest.
Yes.
So what precedent do you think this goonism or the culture of goonism does to deflect us from exercising our right of protest?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So everyone interprets the constitution to suit their own interests, right? So I'll give you a question.
Yes.
Because we were having this conversation, with other artists and other creatives in the same space that we are, guys who talk about what's going on in society and things like that. So it is enshrined in the constitution that if my government, the one that I have elected, and its leaders are incompetent, I'm allowed to raise alarm. And so there's different processes, right? So we tried dialogue, it didn't work. They said they listened, it didn't work, right? We tried court, it didn't work, okay? Because they manipulate the process. So now it builds frustration into us, and what do? We go to the streets as peaceful protesters. But yes, we went and stormed parliament, a government building protected by the constitution, and the police, who are actually, that's their job, to prevent people from breaching. So they will shoot, which is fine. But would we have gotten here if all these processes were followed? No, right?
Right.
So that's the thing. So because the people in power understand this, that they can get away with this, then they employ goons, make it so frustrating that I can give you 500 bob and you go and kill your mother's shop.
Really, seriously.
You get?
Yeah.
So they are the perpetrators of this. So we are not against them. We are against their bad governance, which they happen to be the perpetrators, hence them.
Right.
Because we need to put a face to the crime.
That's true.
And that's them.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, so that's the reason.
That's the reason. And I hear you loud and clear. But also coming back to hip hop, because you are a hip hop you are a hip hop artist.
Yes.
Hip hop music is really protest. When I think about even the lyricism, how how people in the hip hop game dress and the kind of conversations that happen within hip hop circles. Hip hop is protest. So could you talk to us a little bit about the parallels between hip hop music and it as protest?
Okay, so every song starts from a theme.
Right.
Okay, so I have a song I did in my first EP. It's called Vile Nafa. So Vile Nafa talks about how government should be run and recommendations for it. So for example, I say, there's a lyric I say, where kama uko 18 toka nje utafute kura. That's the only way tunaweza deal na hama chura. Like fika kwa ballot, usidanganywe na hiyo sura. Take your time kuvet msee, kwani heri huletwa na subra. So you get it. So basically, when we do hip hop, at least when I do hip hop, I try to put, okay, what's the problem I'm addressing? How I think the problem is, or rather my exact experience with that problem and my recommendations. So different fans will interpret it differently. The government will say, hey, ametukana president,
Yeah.
So when I say, hadi Kenya tuna import mpaka tissue. MP yako kwa range na Wanjiku hana kitu. Mapromise za uongo hadi lini tutaongea hii kitu. You get?
Yes.
So now how hip hop is protest is because you have a record.
Right.
Of what was said, when and why, and who is responsible.
Right.
So in case where say a case is instituted, or like a politician goes up to a podium and says, "Hey, Dags is lying." He was saying different things, and I'm like, no, I wasn't lying. Why? Because I put out a record for it, and I'm ready, and I own that record.
Yeah.
So that's my testimony.
Yeah. Right.
Because I'm afraid, for real, I'm afraid of being shot. I have sinusitis, so tear gas would kill me.
Yeah.
Basically.
Right.
You get?
Yeah.
So, but I am affected by these things. So how do I do it? Keep chucking out songs, okay, to motivate
and
my
that's
brothers
your
to
contribution.
go,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And tell them, remind them, this is what we are protesting about. I'm not telling you to go and bust people's shops, burn cars. No, I'm telling you, go because Albert Ojwang was shot, right? And it's like we've forgotten that thing.
Yeah.
June 25th, uliza CNN, June 25th to raise hell. Kina Rex wakafel, and for them we light a flame. Unaona?
Yeah.
So those are type of the lyrics I write.
Right.
You get?
Yeah.
So even though we are protesting, remember that Rex fell. We even had a vigil for him.
Right.
So be careful when you go out. That's
Right.
what my lyrics like. So hip hop is basically, one, it motivates the people. Two, reminds them why they're actually doing that, and to be careful. And three, is actually a record that the protesters can use as evidence and say, hey, you misjudged us. This is what we were listening. You get? So if say Anne goes up, posts something happening, and uses my song for her post, that means me and I actually spoke something that resonates with Anne, right?
Yes.
And Anne agrees with the message that I'm putting, and this is it. So the more viral that clip goes, the more people listen to it, the more the government will see, because yes, this is causing concern, right?
That's right.
To the point whereby I was looking at X yesterday, and Norway in Kenya was talking about it. They're saying, these extrajudicial killings, you have to do something about it, because it's affecting our business as well.
Yeah.
And these are the guys who are funding your lifestyles. So the thing I don't get with cops is, right now I'm unemployed. Music is the only
Source
thing
of
that
income.
feeds me, right?
Yes, right.
So I don't pay tax because I don't have any income to report. Right? I've tried putting up shows, people don't show up because I understand it's tight. Right?
Yes.
But I have to live somehow. Right?
Somehow.
And God has been gracious. I've never really lacked as much.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But Mr. Policeman,
Yes.
you receive payment from the government, right? Which means you have taxable income. Okay?
Yeah.
And the tax, I have realized, the person who's not taxed, who it's not even my business to get involved in matters I've seen, no, this is unfair for our police officers. Right? So I'll go to the street, raise hell so that the legislators can listen to me.
Yeah.
Right? I will shout my message outside where they work and change for your benefit, Mr. Policeman, you taxpayer. Right?
Yeah.
What? Are you crazy to shoot me? You get?
Yeah.
So like the guy the mask vendor who was shot, that was a guy making a clean living, right? The cop who shot him had a mask.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get?
Yeah.
So I don't get how these guys reason.
Yeah.
So I'm out here helping you. You should be protecting me, not shooting me.
Absolutely.
Because we are fighting for the same thing.
We are fighting
Your
for the
boss,
same thing. Yeah.
mimi nimeona mdosi wako anakuumiza. And because I care about you, I've come out to the streets because I've tried all these methods. They haven't worked. So I've decided, let me come to the streets where they go.
Yes.
Let me occupy, like
Right.
disrupt something so that they can listen to me.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Then you come with a gun, shoot me, and be proud about it. You should be ashamed of yourself. You get?
Yes, I get. And even as we conclude our conversation today, I mean, this is not a conversation that can end in one sit down.
Exactly. I have a lot to say.
We have
Please
a lot to
buy
say.
my music.
We will buy your music. We will have you back on Power Radio. But as we wrap up our conversation today,
yes.
Why should people make their way to the rooftop today?
Exactly. So they should come and understand what the protests are about. Don't follow everything you hear or see in the news. Come here, learn about why we the people are holding Maandamano exhibition. You will see pictures from past protests. There's portraits of freedom fighters, guys who made an impact in Kenya. So it's a very great learning experience. And for myself as an artist, I've come here to learn. One, because there'll be several panels going on.
Yes.
I want to understand what's the dialogue going on around in these circles. Like activism, what's going on in activism?
Right.
Because essentially, I've found myself in this space because, yes, I'm an activist because what's happening right now is affecting me. And I want to make sure the message that I give out through my music. Because, you know, I believe everyone's voice is very powerful.
Right.
Regardless of what medium you use it in.
Yeah.
So I want the message I'm bringing out is not to incite violence, is not to get people killed, but to bring this change that we want.
Okay.
The change that our comrades died for.
Right. Yeah.
The change of why we're still crying, the change of why we're on the streets. So I want to give an authentic message from all these people who are involved, and that's where my creativity comes in.
Right.
So I get all these ideas.
Yeah.
Go back to the studio,
Create.
pen it down in a way that Gen X, Gen Z, and my fellow millennials can understand what's really going on. We are not against the government. We are against bad governance. There's a difference.
There's a very huge difference.
Very huge difference.
Where do people get you? Where do people get your music?
So I'm on all socials.
Okay.
My handle is at Dags Gizi. That's DAGZ. GIZI.
Okay.
Yeah, so you go on YouTube.
Yeah.
There's different playlists.
Okay.
So there's playlists where I've done interviews. There's playlists where I've done my live shows. There's 2 singles from my upcoming album. It's called High School Reunion.
Okay.
It's out on 15th of August, 2025.
Oh,
so we're planning that right now.
Awesome.
So
Please
it'll be a
call Power
huge-
Radio.
Definitely.
Yeah, we gotta
you guys
be
have
there.
Been, you guys have been nice to me.
Yeah.
And I will return the favor as well.
Absolutely.
I love your station because
Yeah.
you play authentic
Kenyan
music.
Yes.
Be it reggae, hip hop, R&B.
All of it.
You guys know what you're doing.
Awesome.
And I will continue supporting you. So
Yeah.
we're gonna have a huge party in Nairobi.
Yes.
Still trying to secure venue. It's gonna be my birthday. So come celebrate my
cool.
birthday with me.
Awesome.
Yeah,
We'll
I'll-
make sure we'll be there.
I will definitely share the details.
Please,
So that's
please
at Dags Gizi on
Okay.
all socials.
Yes.
Instagram,
Yeah.
TikTok,
Yeah.
Facebook, X, and YouTube.
And
So
YouTube.
you'll find me there. So new music is coming. I'm still in the studio working.
Yeah.
In fact, I should be dropping a single this evening
Okay.
to cover this occasion as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, mambo hapa ni vulai.
Kabisa, kabisa.
Mambo imechemka hapa. Awesome. Dags, it
Yes.
was really, really nice to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for rendering your voice to this very, very, very crucial, moment, very crucial issues that we are always grappling with, and we look forward to your album.
Kabisa,
and
kabisa.
Please, wase mmesikia, please go.
Kujeni,
Mukuje.
It's my birthday, man.
Mmesikia
Come, let's
manze.
celebrate my birthday.
We have to. Also, allow me to take a quick breather, and then we come back and we continue with our conversation. Just to repeat, we are at the rooftop of the mall, Westlands, and we are here for the 2-day Maandamano exhibition, which really is an exhibition that causes us to reflect about documenting Kenya's democracy from a creative lens. And the theme of this year is We the People. So making sure that all our conversations are tailored around we the people. What is the power of we the people, and how do we center the people in the struggle towards great governance, towards good democracy, as well as human rights and activism issues that work for the good of the people. So let me take a quick breather. We come back and we continue with our discussion. Do not go too far. We'll be right back.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby oh. First of all you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Yeah. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kung'ang'ana. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Hey, your love for me makes me shine. You are for me, my African woman. Hey, forever me and you. Hey, kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. Yeah, you deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, my baby you know mimi nakupenda sana. Listen. Hey, my baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Hey, you love for me, make me shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah, yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la siku njema.
Hey, you're busy.
Yaja.
Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis.
Siku njema. Yaja.
It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. Yeah. You are a winner. You're a champion. Don't you worry, my brother. Don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. Cause nothing comes easy. And nothing is easy. Fungua macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitest. Just smile on your face. As above, so below.
stress free. Come on, dance with me. Nana ku guarantee. If only you believe. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja. Whatever the troubles for that day, I just used to levitate. High and high, need not vibrate. Can't nobody, baby, I am the moon, I am the sun. Bask in the glory, cause that's who you are. They call me free, my name is freedom. Shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini, kitu cha kwanza. Simama, sauti paza, ukiri, siku njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked, why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told to do with pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do with pages black and blue.
Baddest, Lynchy at the baddest, realest, Deco at the realest, sickest, Telo at the sickest, illest, Jua we at the illest, maddest, crazy, Mimindo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pin, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sija kucha kucheza, make room, na wapa vibes, inanukia 50 perfume, so we can nice add kia vroom vroom. Sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom, weka gija vroom vroom. Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me. Me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk says chocha mi simple la tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche. Usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka. Usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje. Usijione mjanja kuna wabaya. Piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya. Misi dona usiniombe mbao. Naleta disorder wananiona hadi kwao. Napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi. Warembo na pia bongi, sokopi man nilikuwa mkomi. Nilikuwa pedi nkaritaya say maombi na live na jajado. Nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the bury us, I wish a nigga cool. You're so hilarious na kuvunja na food tuko shook. Scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama tail. Legend kwa streets, bigger surveys. Fake niggas wanna die beef, wanna die to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy at the baddest. Realest, Deco at the realest. Sickest, Telo at the sickest. Illest, Jua we at the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget. Pin, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom. Na sija kucha kucheza, make room. Na wapa vibes, inanukia 50 perfume. So we can nice add kia vroom vroom. Sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom, weka gija vroom vroom. Awa madem na wa replace kasim kat cheesy. Maskini mnono ebuka mna jibag. I'm so sick na sioni mkipona. Leta weed at nyonye tukiwa pima. Vile na roga wanadai ni dumba. Daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda. Ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya. Kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya.
Vibe tamu na kuletea visimpo. Msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone. Cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton. Wanajua mi madawa mi napendaga easy form. Selected DJ MC itabidi mumeimba. Vitu mna play inaka mna tupima. Mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber. Mkono shingo siva na kupigia matimba.
Baddest, Lynchy at the baddest. Realest, Deco at the realest. Sickest, Telo at the sickest. Illest, Jua we at the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget. Pin, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom. Na sija kucha kucheza, make room. Na wapa vibes, inanukia 50 perfume. So we can nice add kia vroom vroom. Sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom, weka gija vroom vroom.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu.
Muziki ni tamu.
Kushinda managu.
Kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. Tamu. Kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu.
Muziki ni tamu.
Kushinda managu.
Kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals. Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session.
Don't you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes, don't get there. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes, don't get there. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Itapumua, Kalaya Chua Chua. Itapumua, Itapumua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling blessed. Hata kama haso na ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Najua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they been teach us. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes, don't get there. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes, don't get there. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Cause even if you're underground, Nitapumua, Nitapumua, Kalaya Chua Chua. Nitapumua, Nitapumua, Kalaya Chua. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove. But the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked. Why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told from the days of the old were to keep us from seeing the state of our being. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. 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 In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue.
Ho, ho. Yakali la kipase. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Kwa watoto, vijana na wazee, tuungane na upendo uendelee, tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause kuna magic in lover, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki. Check amani na do, amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani. Maendeleo yanahusu jamii, jameni, na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty, tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Ukabila na dini tatutengani. Noma yangu niko dini ya upendo, nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo. Nikizitoka ni wanatukembani, tunapatana mitabeli za kisana. Walitushika wakatupigisha nduru, tukaungana tukapataga uhuru. Tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah. Youthman ninabonga na wewe tiwachonango Youthman nina tiwachonango Youthman nina
Go easy, me cheesy, you know, yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby, oh. First of all, you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course, you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu, my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey. Ombi langu ni maisha mema, my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I hurt you, my baby boo, then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever, you and me. Yeah. Ombi langu ni maisha mema, my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kung'ang'ana. If I hurt you, my baby boo, then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever, you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola, kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe. Na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia, I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are for me, my African woman. Forever me and you. Kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Ombi langu ni maisha mema, my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I hurt you, my baby boo, then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever, you and me. Yeah, my baby, you know mimi nakupenda sana. Listen, hey, my baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola, kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe. Na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia, I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. You love for me, make me shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la
siku njema. Hey, you're busy. Yaja. Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis. Siku njema. Yaja. It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. Yeah. You are a winner. My brother, don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. Cause nothing comes easy, and nothing is easy. Fungua macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitest. Just smile on your face. As above, so below. The universe is me, and I know the Most High. He resides in me, so we're stress-free. Come on, dance with me, and I could guarantee if only you believe. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu siku njema yaja. Just used to levitate, high and high, now vibrate. Can't nobody, baby, I am the moon, I am the sun, bask in the glory, cause that's who you are. They call me free, my name is freedom, shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini, kitu cha kwanza, simama, sauti paza. Ukiri siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu siku njema yaja. Kwangu nyumbani kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma? Kumbe ni kawaida, toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi, anajiona shujaa. Hata ninaogopa sema yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida, tangu kitambo nishazoea. Pesa pia natafuta na mapenzi nazidishia. Heshima mimi nampa, ila sikosi kilio. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie.
lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Sipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote tunde juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. No way, yeah. No way, yeah. No way.
Devolution kwa wote lakini sio wote wanaifeel. Projects zilipewa chapa lakini years later outcomes inaata. Reports CSCC zilikuwa mama yule alibai hama ndio jajako na hama. Kama Kenya sitahama wao ndio watahama. Kiongozi ubonga na watu wake, at least hivi ndio ataki peace kwake. My youth daily wako under attack, unemployment daily na wa-attack. Police brutality bullets ina wa-attack. Kukosa infrastructure best ina wa-attack. Sio Dandora, Kariakoo na Kiumbini tu. Hao wote ni victims wa wizi. Hao wote ni victims bila justice. Hao wote ni victims wa poverty. Ni lini nchi itakuwa stable? Ni lini? Ni lini counties itakuwa stable? Ni lini? Sote tulisema yes 2010, pamoja tupunguze hii mess, tusonge mbele.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. No way, yeah. 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 No way, yeah.
Yeah, sina bridge ya kujenga juu. Sina bridge nilichoma so. Kwa masis wangu na mabro, niturauke juu. Indo ile time si tunahitajiana. Nipe love nikupe bila kukaziana. People power ndio dawa maradhi kutengana. Tusingoje disaster ndio tujiorganize. Na nguvu za kupambana na political lies. Ni sai ndio kesho jo ikuwe ni fine. Katiba yetu ni safi na ndio the grand design. Lakini corruption inatuvuta behind. Ini haki kweli kwanza kwa kizazi cha kesho. Na wazazi hawana hata guarantee ya pension. Masivo servants huku wana cruise na benzos. Tukiuliza swali wanatujibu na tension. Yeah.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. No way, yeah. 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 No way, yeah.
After kutupitisha machungu 5 years ago, wamerudi tena na promises tamu tamu, kuchocha sukari na kopa. Sai Kenya imejaa deni, hata kwa mama mboga huwezi kopa.
Kwenye natoka kuna mandenga mafedi kudai pay, hadi na life kupanda bay, ngori kwa busy ya daily. 10 millionaires, 10 million beggars kweli. Revolution ili delay, weka ngumi pale hewani. Tuna anthem kachwani, boresha hali kwani. Wakipromote makali, makat na bangi. Tuna quote Wangari, Mahatma Gandhi. Mikono ya serikali, refu sijui gani ni gani.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Betrayal in the city, kwa giza kuna nuka jasho ya maiti. Judas amefufuka kwa season 2 ya kuleta busu, but hii haikuhusu. Juu ali prefer handshake, mpaka economy wameishake. Tunakula maisha na salad, daktari alidai nisikule chakula kibanda. Nilimsho nimenona jua kukula nutrients za hongo. Nimechukua tende iko bongo, na mkinifuata huko nitauzia mpaka akili zenu kwa ubongo.
Shake psycho fans, greetings in quotes ndio topic ya symposium. Infected handshake, juu yake quarantine, hata kani kuijengea aquarium. Gava bila watchdog, wako ni good time sahi. Funny sana kasa maki kuhisi kiu. Sahi wana go overboard na sugar mami. Wameka mercury kwa sugar tunalia mami. Handshake, imefanya tumebaki kuulizia press ya pillowcase after jurisdiction. But tumezoea bro.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
It's all right. Yeah. Already. Welcome back to Power Radio, this space where we power up. You tune in and we power up together because the conversation that we're having today is all about people power. We're talking about we the people. We're talking about democracy. And in case you're wondering where we are live on location, Westlands Mall. And this is the second edition of the Maandamano exhibition by Power 254. And Power Radio is on ground. We are having conversations that hopefully are going to get us somewhere that we haven't been before because sisi kama the people tumechoka. And I'm not by myself having this conversation, just speaking to a beautiful young lady over here that has a lot to say, very valid opinions that should be listened to. So please introduce, in case there's somebody who lives under a rock in this country, does not know who you are, please tupe majina za serikali, za CV, za the DJ name at least. Yenye tujui. In high school, lukwa.
Wacha tu tuseme, the names you will find me with ni Njeri Mwangi.
Njeri Mwangi.
If you Google Njeri Mwangi, utaniona tu. Utajua ni nani sasa hapo.
Ebu sasa tueleze.
Hizo za serikali. Sasa ukigoogle alafu ufind, unaweza ni email, unaweza nitumia ka M-Pesa na we can talk. Alafu utajua hizo majina zingine zenye ana insist.
If it don't make money, it don't make sense.
No,
all right? You better you recognize. Sa Njeri kani ilitoa wapi? I've always wanted to ask you. Mtungi.
Let me tell you, that is the funniest thing. My name is Njeri.
Okay.
My surname, my father's name is Kangeve. So when you take the first 3 letters of my dad's name, it's K-A-N.
Yes.
So it's Njeri Khan.
So unajua una confuse Wakamba huko nje. Because I like Njeri Khan, Njeri kwani mmekosa maji kwenu.
Polen.
But on to a more serious conversation is today we are very excited to be here at this event that you are very heavily responsible for, amongst other people who are very responsible humans. And so what does the Maandamano exhibition represent to you?
To me, the Maandamano exhibition is a time where people come and reflect, see what happened, what happened, because this started in June last year, June 2024. And the lead up to the Maandamano in June 2024 and what has happened since. What have we gained? What have we lost? What have we built? What can we build on? Where are we going as a country? So it's a time of reflection, a visual reflection that we can see, but also a time that we can engage with one another, but also even stand with one another because there are people who lost family, who lost kin, that were killed. some that went missing, have never been found today, some whose lives were completely shattered. They will never be able to live life the way they knew it before. So they were maimed, they're lying in bed, they're on wheelchairs, they feed through a pipe. So it's a time when we come together and remember those people that made the ultimate sacrifice.
Right.
And that sacrifice is not just with life, but it's also their way of life. Yeah. But also to remind us that the struggle is not over. There's a country that we're fighting for. There's what we want, and we need to be in one page. We need to be on one page what that is.
Right.
So in as much as the slogans may go, Ruto must go, one term, there are those slogans, but we need to be able to also come together and decide the country that we want and be the citizens of that country.
Yes.
Because then, only then, will we get leaders that represent our imaginations, our dreams for our future.
Wow, that is very, very well said. And you talked about, the need for us to come together as a people, and this is a time of reflection. So I'm very curious, what does a free Kenya look like to you? Because everything that we're looking at, we're reflecting on how far have we come. A lot of it is what has gone wrong and the beauty of resilience, the beauty of, people power. What does it actually mean to be a mwananchi? What does it mean to own this country? But for you as Njeri, what does it look like to have a free Kenya? Because for some of us, it looks different. Everybody has their own idea of a free Kenya. So what would you say are the elements that would make up a beautiful free Kenya for you that we would never again need to have another Maandamano exhibition?
Gosh, yeah. That's a good question. I think for me, a free Kenya is one where we uphold the rule of law.
Okay.
One where we respect and the constitution is being implemented.
Right.
Because in that constitution, all our freedoms, all our rights are enshrined in it. My freedom ends where yours, my freedom cannot end where yours begin.
Yeah.
We're going to the same place.
Right.
We all have rights, we all have freedoms. And you should not be losing so that I can get anything. I should not be losing for you to get anything.
Yeah.
Somebody told me, when you look at birds in the air, and they are many, you don't see them clashing.
True.
There's enough for everybody. But there's mentality where some people who have been given, who we have delegated responsibility of leadership, have decided that there's not enough for everybody.
Yes.
And they need to push the masses out.
Created scarcity.
Yeah, they've created scarcity and they thrive on poverty.
Right.
So they want to impoverish the masses completely so that they can feed us. Like, open your mouth.
Yeah.
Here's a thing.
Kidogo.
And then, because if we're living in fear, then I'm afraid if this person goes, then I'll die because they're the ones who give me that ration.
Yeah.
And they've refused us. They're trying to make sure that we do not see the abundance that we have, the richness that we have within ourselves, and how so much more peaceful we can be.
Yeah.
And that we are so wealthy in our diversity.
Right.
Yet it has been used against us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Africa has so many cultures. We have so many tastes. We have so many colors. I mean, it's the hub of the earth.
We just need to look around here at this event, see how beautiful the diversity of just Kenyans.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
the personalities, the music, the food. It's so much. Just how different we are, yet so similar, right? And I think for me, a free Kenya is where we can all just live freely. And human dignity.
Yeah.
Human dignity is upheld in every way.
I think it's taking me, into a space where before I ate tear gas, so the first time I ate tear gas, drank. Do you inhale? Whatever it is.
It's all the above.
All of the above. Truly, because it doesn't ask for permission.
Because kwa skin, it ingias you.
Truly. The first time I consumed tear gas, I was in campus. It wasn't in Kenya, but I understood what was happening. And the most interesting thing is that it didn't make me want to stop. Regardless of how hard I cried, I couldn't breathe. I was angry. Alafu, the second time I ate tear gas was in another campus in Kenya. And then now the other many times is for our country. Now, watu wenye sai wamechoka na tear gas. And they're like, enough is enough. I went out last year. It was cool. It was nice. But it's dangerous now.
You know, not that it wasn't ever dangerous, but now we're not sure. We're not sure because it seems senseless. It seems like there's no point. It seems like we're just gonna keep getting hurt, dying. What would you say to those people, who are tired because tear gas? They're tired of crying. They're tired of Maandamano. And Nakwao, they're like, been there, done that. And yet our country is in the same, if not worse, status that it was in last year.
I would rather cry of tear gas than a life of slavery and hardship. If my crying now out of tear gas will get me to a place where I have a free life, that I have a life of dignity, that where my freedoms, I can express my freedoms, that I have the rule of law is respected, then I'll cry every day with tear gas. As in, pop me. We're not fighting to get tear gassed, right? No. We are fighting literally for our lives, for our future. I'm in my 40s, and when I look at my parents, they've gotten weaker as they've aged.
Right.
They're not able to do the things they used to do when they were my age, when they were younger.
Yeah.
When I look at my children, I'm like, I don't want this to be the life that they're coming to.
Yeah, Maandamano,
this is not
10 years
what we
from
want
now.
to hand over to the next generation.
Truly.
We want a country where there's schools, and it's schools for the majority, for the public.
Good schools with good
schools,
education.
with good education, with
Right.
teachers who are well paid.
Right.
I want when I get older and I need to see a doctor,
Yeah.
then I can go to public hospital and get medical attention.
Yes.
Not have to look for a private medical insurance. And yes, I can afford that, and I thank God that I can.
Yes.
But that's not for the majority of the country.
True.
Most people do not have medical insurance. Forget even the National Hospital Insurance Fund.
Right.
Now just to be able to walk to a hospital and get medical attention.
Yeah.
You're more likely to die in a public hospital than hapo kwa clinic.
True.
Hapo kwa mtaa.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So a hospital where you can get attended to. So it's our schools, it's our hospitals, it's our public institutions.
Yeah.
That they need to be strengthened to stand for something, because that is where the future belongs. That is what can safeguard our future. And all that is within the constitution. All that is within the rule of law.
Yeah.
We need to punish corruption. We need to have people arrested. We need to send a message ili liwe funzo kwako na wengine kama
Right.
anyone who's doing things that they shouldn't be doing, stealing from public coffers, doing things that are illegal, they should be sent to jail and made to pay for it. We need to toe the line. Because if you toe the line, you will make the money that you want because you're working the way you should. I will make the money that I want because I'm working the way I should. Bidii yako. When they say that bidii yako, the fruit of your labor, you will get where you're going because of how much you plant. So if I like to work for 2 hours, I will get the fruit of my labor.
True.
If somebody else is working 12 hours, they will get the fruit of their labor. But that it shouldn't be this way. And we have leaders who have turned this country into
the
a
playground.
Show.
It's a circus.
Yeah, it's a circus. We are running left, right, and what we are fighting for, they do not represent that.
You've spoken about the need to punish corruption, and we have these institutions. Langat was stepped aside instead of resigning and being held accountable for his actions. And, there's Albert Ojwang. There is, the hawker that was shot in the street, who's actually called Boniface. Yes. What do you think, other than agitating, because it's very important, and going out into the streets and making noise? Mtu mwenye anasema, I'm not, physically I'm not able to go out into the streets. I don't even know the law. What avenues could such people use? Our elderly, they're very young, and the ones who, for a very good reason, do not have the physical strength, or they're really not in a mental capacity to go out into the streets. What are the different avenues that Kenyans could
use to punish corruption and speak out against impunity in our country that you could think of?
So we're all abled differently.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about people with disability. I'm saying we're all abled differently.
True.
There are people who will not go to the streets because they cannot run to save their lives.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who can design. There are people who can market. There are people who are accountants. So where you are, be an active citizen. So let's start there.
Okay.
Be an active citizen.
Right.
You have a responsibility to know what the Constitution says.
Yeah.
Knowing your rights is your responsibility. That ignorance is what has brought us to this moment. That it is not my problem, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
China
in the US.
Yeah. Albert Ojwang was picked from home, having lunch with his family.
A privileged man.
Healthy,
capable.
Completely.
Yeah.
In good health. He was having lunch with his family at home, in the village. He's no more. They came and took him from home.
Yeah.
So when you think that you're safe or you don't want, hizi stories za politics, hizi stories za siasa, unajua mi spendi hizi story.
Yeah. Yeah.
They came for him at home. You could be next.
Yes.
And you need to do something. How do you avoid being next? What can you do? What can you do to support?
Yes.
Give voice, platform.
Yeah.
Platform in your social medias, in your neighborhoods, in your churches, in your schools, in your chamas. All those places where you are.
Yes.
Platform these conversations. Have these conversations. Because anybody with a smartphone is in a WhatsApp group.
Right.
Across this country, anybody with a smartphone is definitely in a WhatsApp.
It's a tool for democracy, yeah.
So, have these conversations. Stop pushing rumor mongering. Stop pushing lies, propaganda. You need to stand for something.
Right.
Otherwise, we are falling for anything and everything.
Yeah.
There is a fellow called Francis Gaido. He's like a machine in itself. Propaganda. Propaganda. He does not
on impulse.
He does not appreciate anything.
Right.
He does not appreciate anything the government is doing or not doing, or activists are doing or not doing, or organizations are doing or not doing, or even nobody is doing right anywhere.
Yeah.
Only he's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Right?
It's verbal diarrhea.
We have to find people that represent what we dream, our ambitions.
Yeah.
Yeah? And rally behind, because it will take uniting. Our president is in office because people voted for him. Now, the question of it was stolen, and that's a whole other conversation that I'd rather not get into.
Heavy size.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah? But people did vote for him because they believed in some ideals, whatever those ideals are, that he represented. Now, who can we stand behind that represents the ideals that we imagine for the country that we want, for the future that we want? And then not just that, we delegate our responsibility every 5 years.
Yeah.
And then we just go and chill and do
take
nothing.
a back step and don't.
We do not do public participation.
Right.
We do not show up where it matters. We do not hold our leaders accountable.
Yeah.
For God's sake, we don't even know what the Constitution says.
Yes.
Right? So we have a responsibility to do that, because that is how we move forward. And those who are completely not able, that's why those who are able do double.
Yeah.
Because
represent,
the
stand
less
in the gap.
privileged, we're able to carry their weight.
Yeah.
We're able to bring them on, and we know that they're not able.
Yes.
That's why we're able to carry, right? So don't ask. Every time people say, I'm just one person, what can I do?
So much.
Now, 7 billion people asking, I'm just one person, what can I do? Ebu, you do what you can do.
Yeah.
And see.
Yes.
You do what you can do and see.
I love that. Do what you can do and see. And as we just bring this chat to a close, doing what you can do and see. I'm seeing a lot of things that have been done here. You know, this exhibition also showcases some very beautiful artwork. You know, just the fruit of people's labor, their anger, their opinions, just their expression, which we've been given by our constitution and is also a God-given right. Why is it important for people to use the arts? Why is artivism important? You know, it's because there's been so much said that no, you people are abusing it. You know, we know a few youth have been abducted because of cartoons that they drew. You know, whether or not whichever side of the constitution they were on, there has been a conversation of these things are useless. It's just a rebellion. It's just a lot of noise. Why does artivism matter?
art is the soul of a society. It literally, if you go anywhere and you want to know how those people live, look at their art.
Yeah.
Listen to their music, listen to their poetry.
Right.
You will know about that community, right? And so this art being the soul of the society, this is where you find what is being said. This is where you find what people are feeling, what people want, what people are going through. And together in art, we find safe space. To be able to hold space for each other, to be able to uphold each other, and also just learn one human being to another.
Right.
How we can move forward. I want to know what you aspire. I want to know what pains you, what hurts you, what grieves you. And we share this, right? And through that, then I'm not just living for me. I'll try and do something better because I spoke to Carol. And I know she likes this. Or, I also really like it. And I can give you tips on where to go for this or where to get that. Because we're able to connect. So it's important. This is a good place to come and just express yourself. And hold someone else's hand. Be held. And have a light moment, have a heavy moment. Be of encouragement to somebody. Find encouragement. Enjoy the art. It's a beautiful collage. You see what you see in the same piece of art that I'm looking at. But because of where you're coming from, you'll see what you'll see.
Different perspective.
We have different perspectives because of where we're coming from. And art heals the soul. Art is therapy.
That's beautiful. So watu wakuje waone hapa, wambie where we are.
We are at the mall Westlands, not a mall in Westlands, the mall in Westlands.
Stage ya Westi, guys.
Stage ya Westi. Hapo hivyo ilikuwa roundabout ikafunga fungwa hivi.
Naivas.
Hapo hivyo. Hapo Wayaki way hapo.
Yes.
You know? And we're at the rooftop. We're here today and tomorrow and we're having important conversations about activism, about governance, about media and about art. So you want to be a part of this. You want to see what has been put out here. You want to hear and you want to be seen. If you're not here, uko wapi? Kimbia.
Please
you
run.
Need to be here.
Please run. And as a stopper, I want to ask you, if you were to bring somebody back to life, mmoja a Kenyan.
Aki, why are you doing this?
A Kenyan na mwingine mwenye si Mkenya. So wawili. Sai, very quickly, who would the two people be? A Kenyan and a non-Kenyan, and why?
A Kenyan and a non-Kenyan.
Yeah.
I would bring... Let me start with a non-Kenyan. That pool is very wide.
Yes.
I think I'd bring Martin Luther.
Okay.
Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Just because of what he represented and how he believed in what he believed and how he went about it.
Yeah.
Created a movement.
Yes.
That still matters today.
He believed in going out into the streets.
Yes. In Kenya, I would bring back... I think I'd bring back Tomboya.
Okay, I see.
He was a young visionary. And I think his life was cut short too soon.
Yeah.
I wonder what he would have done for this country if he didn't die when he died.
True.
I would give him a little more time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your Tomboya, for me, it's Steve Biko. They have very same stories. So that's I just to reflect on that now as we're going to harness the power of bringing people back to life. That's what I'm asking God for in this Maandamano. Anybody who's been, life has been taken away unjustly, what if we could bring them back to life? So sometimes I like to imagine that. But other than that, it's just how we can keep a healthy life when we're alive. How can we make the best of it? That's also another thing for us to know how to live our lives to the fullest, because right now we don't know how long that's gonna be.
Make your days count. Don't count your days.
That's a beautiful stopper. So we're gonna end this conversation here. Thank you so much. And Jerry Can, the mtungi,
yes, Jerry Can,
full of substance.
I love that.
Yes, water, life-giving substance. So thank you so much, guys. Come, if you want to see her, talk to her directly. The mall, Westlands, Leo Nakesho from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Please come, let's hang out. Let's talk about democracy, human rights, and our beautiful Kenya, all right? Bye-bye for now.
Amidst the silence, a powerful anthem emerges to confront the shadows of injustice. Let's shed light to the urgent issue of gender-based violence. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. Voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. No longer silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Why do you have to be so cold? Mbona huwezi jicontrol? What about the trauma that you caused to the children that you bore? You used to be protected, now you're no longer attentive. Fujo ni ya nini? Utu wako uko wapi? She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. No longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. No longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. So don't be a statistic. You can back up your vibes and leave. We have to be realistic. Something has to change so drastic. Yeah, inauma sana. Usiku na mchana, hiyo mambo hapana. Something's gotta give, yeah. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, hey, can't take it no more. We'll no longer be silent. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, yeah, we're breaking free.
Bounce on the beat.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, ooh, yeah. Thank you, boy, yeah. Ooh, shady go, go, shady go, shady go, yeah. Shady go,
darkest days, my baby, I'm a choosing. Baby, I'm a beauty, my darkest days, my baby, I'm a choosing. Nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause.
New music.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest, realest, Deco are the realest, sickest, Telo are the sickest, illest, Jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimindo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, tini, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sija kucha kucheza, make room, na wapa vibes, inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear, vroom vroom. Sing, vroom vroom. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka gisha vroom vroom. Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me. Me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk says chocha mi simple la tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche. Usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka. Usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje. Usijione mjanja kuna wabaya. Piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya. Misi dona usiniombe mbao. Naleta disorder wananiona hadi kwao. Napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi. Warembo na pia pongi, sokopi man nilikuwa mkomi. Nilikuwa pedi nkaritaya sai maombi na live na jajado. Nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the bury us, I wish a nigga cool. You're so hilarious na kuvunja na food tuko shook. Scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama tail. Legend kwa streets, bigger surveys. Fake niggas wanna die beef, wanna die to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily, napiga practice. Gadget, tini, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom. Na sija kucha kucheza, make room. Na wapa vibes, inanukia fiti perfume. So we can nice add gear, vroom vroom. Sing, vroom vroom. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka gisha vroom vroom. Awa madem na wa replace kasim kat cheesy. Maskini mnono ebuka mna jibag. I'm so sick na sioni nkipona. Leta weed that nyonye tukiwa pima. Vile na roga wanadai ni dumba. Daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda. Ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya. Kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya.
Vibe tamu na kuletea visimpo. Msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone. Cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton. Wanajua mi madawa mi napendaga easy form. Selected DJ MC itabidi mumeimba. Vitu mna play inaka mna tupima. Mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber. Mkono shingo siva na kupigia matimba.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Melo are the sick, illest, Jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pin, sharp kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia kanduthi, vum vum, na sita kucha kucheza, make room, na wapa vibes, inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear, vum vum. Sing, vum vum. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka gija vum vum.
Muziki ni tamu.
Muziki ni tamu.
Kushinda managu.
Kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu.
Muziki ni tamu.
Kushinda managu.
Kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. Tamu. Kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu.
Muziki ni tamu.
Kushinda manana.
Kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu. Kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals. Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Power Radio. This is the place to be. This is a place where we're having very important conversations. Yes, and I'm not by myself right about now. The time is 4 minutes to 2, and Tangu 9 this morning. We have been hanging out and chilling with very interesting individuals, and I've been able to find one of them. Mama, he has found me. Nani ametafuta mwingine?
We have found each other.
We have found each other. Beautiful. Yeah. I love that. It sounds like the makings of a beautiful love love story. Sindio. Now, speaking of love stories, the story that Kenyans are having with their country. What are you feeling like right now, being a Kenyan?
Being a Kenyan.
Yeah.
First of all, my name is Palexi.
Okay.
I am a retired poet.
A retired poet. Poets retire.
So there's a first for everything. First time for everything.
Okay.
So if you've never heard of a retired poet, I'm the first one.
No. That sounds like a scam. Poets never retire.
I'm the first retired poet.
The first retired. What does it look like when a poet like unaachana nayo kabisa?
So I don't know whether nikisema hangs the throat sounds good because footballer retire we say they've hanged the boot.
Okay.
So
the
voice yangu was my art.
Tuachane tunayo. Tumekubali when you're retired poet. I don't going deep and unpacking
but
is
know,
not.
The beauty about where I am right now.
Yeah.
Is you can always get out of retirement.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right.
I think I've been pushed to that particular point where I need to get out of retirement.
Okay. Yeah. And is that because of the relationship you're having with your country?
Yeah, because ideally, even my art then, when I was active in poetry, was social political.
Okay.
It was activism.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
so
what?
I'm getting back into that space.
Beautiful.
Slowly.
I can't wait. What are you going to be saying when you get back onto that stage?
I think we just leave it to the flow.
Right.
We see where art takes me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. And sasa huku mali tumepatana. What's going on here today?
We are at the mall, Westlands.
Yes.
Currently, the Maandamano exhibition is ongoing.
All right.
So we are calling upon anyone that is watching and listening to Power Radio right now.
Yeah.
To turn up. Come through.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm looking at very beautiful artwork, very emotive portrayals of the things that happened last year. Some of they're not just from June 25 last year, but also just many years, different Maandamanos, the anti-femicide and femicide KKE matches. And mi nimeona tear gas kwa hizi picha. I've seen live bullets being shot, actually very interesting. I have seen blood on the streets. I've seen crying. I've seen whistles being blown. And so mi nimepitia a lot, because I was out in the streets that particular day, June 25. So what does this exhibition mean to you?
First of all, before I answer that, let me tell you what I've seen.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of pictures.
Right.
I'm a photographer myself.
Okay.
And I've seen a lot of beautiful stories.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds ironic that I've called them beautiful stories because in their essence they're actually very
heartbreaking.
Deep and heartbreaking stories. But I've seen elements of wit. Like Kenyans used every possible means they could to pass the message that they wanted to pass.
Yeah.
So I have seen photos that have made me laugh, in as much as the moments that they were being captured were sad. I have seen photos that have actually moved me in terms of they've made me angry. I've felt like emotionally, some sort of rage.
Yeah.
I've seen bits of Kenya's history. People who've been instrumental towards shaping the history of this country.
Right.
And I've seen a general summary of every protest that has happened after the second liberation. So basically, everything that is here is the third liberation.
Right.
A build up to June 25th, 2024.
Beautiful. So pale History Corner, who's that one guy, one lady, one historical figure who, has made you feel like, wow, I'm fighting for whatever it is that we believe is worth something because, a lot of the freedom we enjoy today is because they had to fight against oppressive systems. So which of them stands out to you?
I've seen a number.
Okay.
I'm a student of history myself.
All right.
I in my days, like in primary school, I used to love Kenya's history.
Okay.
I was lucky enough to have a teacher that separated geography, history, and civics. And out of GHC, I did not like the geography part as much.
Okay.
But history and civics, Kenya's politics, those are things that I would follow up on and be very keen about. And from the pictures, they're very notable figures that I've seen.
Yeah.
The likes of Agwin Skodhek, him being a lawyer and refusing lucrative jobs abroad and coming to serve back in Kenya and help the Mau Mau in terms of their legal activities and legal work.
Right.
I've seen the history of who is this? Syokimau.
Okay.
We hear of Syokimau, the place, but we do not know that Syokimau was actually a person,
a woman
that predicted the coming of the Mau Mau.
Yes.
In as much as it wasn't very clear what she was talking about then.
Yeah.
But when she talked about people coming in snakes and speaking birds, like birds, and coming in birds.
Yes.
Basically talking about the coming of the railway, aeroplanes, and foreigners speaking foreign language. I've seen notable figures in Kenya's politics. Paul Ngei, Chieng Oneko, Bildad Kagia, JM Kariuki. These are people that shaped the country post-independence.
Right.
And I think it's important to tell these stories to this day because the best way to look forward is to look back.
Yeah, wow.
If you want to build a better Kenya, you must understand where we come from as a country.
Right.
For you to be able to structure the country that you desire. Because we have come from somewhere as a country and we are going somewhere as a country. Right now, we have the opportunity to shape where we want to go.
Yeah.
But then the best way to do that is to avoid the mistakes that we made in the past. And the only way to do that is to look at the past.
Yeah.
What mistakes did they make?
Right.
What things did they get right? What can we emulate and learn from them and build up the Kenya that we want for ourselves and for our children?
Beautiful. And just as we wrap our chat up, as we talk about looking backwards, for the sake of going forwards, where do you want us as Kenyans to go? When we're agitating, we have exhibitions, we're speaking out against corruption and all the ills that are happening in our country. Where do you want our country to go?
The best way to paint a picture or to build where we want to be is to look at where we are now.
Okay.
We're living in a country where corruption has become the order of the day.
Okay.
We made many mistakes. Some in 2022, many before that. But it's time to correct and right the wrongs that we did for the sake of ourselves and for our children. So I see a country where systems are working, where health is actually free and it's not a scam. The scam that SHA is and the sham that whatever it is.
Yeah.
Where education is accessible to all.
Yeah.
Where we have good and working infrastructure. Today, you are more likely to bump into a pothole in this country than a road
that works.
Yeah,
that's smooth.
Yeah. So I'm seeing a Kenya where we elect leaders not based on their tribes, not because they've given us money or handouts or whatever, but because of their values and because of the ideas that they have for this country, because of their morals and because of their track record. I'm looking at a country where everybody has a chance at leadership,
right,
and generally a chance at life. Because as we see right now, a lot of the population is young people.
Yeah.
But if you look at the demographics, the most unemployed people right now are the majority of the population.
True.
Why is that so? Is it because we can't get jobs for them? Is it because we can't create opportunities for empowerment for them? Is it because we are so hopeless that we cannot do anything unable to build them? Okay, so I'm seeing a country where Kenya works for everyone, not just for the few people. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for having this conversation with us. And hopefully, I think we're all hoping that we get to see that Kenya very, very soon.
We can hope.
Yeah.
And work towards it.
Yeah. So what do you want people to do? Come out on the 25th?
Show up on the 25th.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yes.
And don't just show up on the 25th. Show up every day.
Show up every day.
Because we, on one hand, will be fighting against bad leadership and trying to build the Kenya that we want.
Yeah.
But then again, we use the same hand to fight the people that are fighting us back. And the people that are fighting us back have the resources, and they do it every day. They
Yeah.
don't get tired.
Okay.
So we should not get tired ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Kenyans, Meskia, please show up on the 25th, and not only that, but show up every single day. So thank you very much, and tuende tuskiza poetry pale. Sindio, if you're not here at the mall, sijui, I don't know, think about your life.
Maandamano.
All day, all night, right here on your only station, Power Radio.
Don't you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my no stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazelle. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my no stairs. It's Hapamua, Kalaya Chua, It's Hapamua, it's Hapamua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling blessed. Hata kama hustle na ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Najua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they been teachers. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my no stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazelle. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my no stairs. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Cause even if you're underground, Nitapumua, Nitapumua, Kalaya Chua, Nitapumua, Nitapumua, Kalaya Chua. While I'm barely breathing, you bring me here.
Why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told from the days of the old were to keep us from seeing the state of our being. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. 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 In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue.
Ho, ho. Yakali la kipasse. Yeah, 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 yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah, yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Tiwachonango. Youthman, nina. Kwa watoto, vijana na wazee, tuungane na upendo uendelee, tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause kuna magic in lover, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki. Check amani na do, amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani, maendeleo yanahusu jamii, jameni, na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty, tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, Youthman nina ukabila na dini tatutengani noma yangu niko dini ya upendo, nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo nikizitoka ni wanatukembani, tunapatana mitabeli za kisana walitushika wakatupigisha nduru, tukaungana tukapataga uhuru tuungane tushikane tupendane, we must unite as a people tuungane tushikane tupendane, we must unite as a people Youthman ninabonga na wewe Youthman ninabonga na wewe tiwachonango Youthman ninabonga tiwachonango Youthman ninabonga Youthman ninabonga na wewe Youthman ninabonga na wewe tiwachonango Youthman ninabonga tiwachonango Youthman ninabonga
Real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby oh. First of all you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. You are so special to me. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kung'ang'ana. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are for me my African woman. Forever me and you. Kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby you know mimi nakupenda sana. Listen my baby you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. You love for me, make me shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah. niko easy. Men cheesy, you know. Yeah.
It's to Sons, all day and night. Power Radio.
Alrighty, welcome back to Power Radio. This is a place to be. This is a place where you power up as you're tuning in, and the time is 22 minutes past 14. Nimesema 14 past 2, and Leonie, the 20th of June, 5 days, amani 4 days until our national holiday. Chaongelea in just a moment, but first I'd like my guest here, my co-pilot in this mini conversation that we're going to have, just a cute chat, to introduce herself. But please tell the people who you are.
My name is Emily K. Milan. I'm a poet and a teacher, and happy to be here.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness! So guys, she has just done the most beautiful performance on stage.
Thank you so much.
Very moving. Aki ata amesema meow. We need to unpack that off air, you know. So there's a Aki, I was just like, what inspired that, you know? But we're gonna get into what gives you that power to create, what pushes you, you know? Because imagine somebody amesema meow on stage and we're taking her seriously. That is that's an artist. When Sunny, but umesema you're a teacher.
Yeah.
So please tell me a little bit about that.
I teach kids aged between 8 to 13 years old,
Okay.
poetry and public speaking.
Okay.
And the main goal of me being a teacher, especially to kids, is to teach them to be able to express themselves, pen down their thoughts, and be able to articulate their feelings.
Yeah.
Since when they are young, so
Yes.
that when they grow up,
Yes.
they get to be the voices that we're hearing today.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful. And speaking of the voices that we are hearing today, there is a lot of noise, a lot of feedback in this. Being Kenyan right now is a very interesting affair. What is your relationship with your country looking like currently, Mkwaji?
I'm a frustrated Kenyan.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm so
Yeah.
frustrated.
Okay.
By our leaders, by everything that's happening. Me and my friends, we keep joking like Kenya is like a one big series whereby the next episode keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
And we don't know when it's going to stop.
Yeah.
And I feel it's the time for us, for me as an artist and other artists, and we general as a people, to just raise our voice and express ourselves and let the people that are in power know that the power belongs to us. We elected them to be there, and they really need to articulate their voices when they get to those offices.
Wow.
Yeah.
And articulating voices. So we are at a very special event today.
Yeah.
Yes, the Maandamano exhibition, 2nd edition. Tuko hapa the mall, Westlands, rooftop. Tumesema we need air.
We need to breathe.
We need to breathe. Yeah, it's been a long time. Tumesuffocate for the longest time.
Yeah.
What do you think about this particular event? To my experience aje so far?
I love the event. It's so beautiful. The exhibition all over, it's just so beautiful. The artists on stage and just the consciousness in the space, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone around is just so aware. Everyone is just so informed.
Yeah.
Everyone just wants the best for their country,
Yeah.
and you can see it in their faces. You can see it when people are having conversation amongst themselves. You can see it from the amazing artworks that
Yeah.
are all over. It's just great art in here. You can only understand if you get to experience it yourself.
Yes.
You know?
So wakuje.
Wakuje
Wamejikosea,
kwa wingi,
si ndio?
wamejikosea, they're missing out.
Please, guys,
Yeah.
mmeshasikia she's called Learn, guys. Ebu watu wenye wanaitwa hivyo, they have, you know, wisdom deeper, because hizo majina hatujazoea. Now, what would you say to young Kenyans, Sai? You're a poet, you're an artist, you've just done such a powerful piece on stage, you know, about our country. What's your message to young people in Kenya currently?
All I can tell the young people in Kenya, and just all Kenyans in general, we all have a role to play. We all have a role to play, whether it's voting out those bad leaders, whether it's educating the people around you. Let's talk to our parents, our aunties, our grandmothers, our grandfathers. Let them know that the next time we vote, we really need to vote consciously. We really need to vote people who are going to bring change to us.
Yeah.
We are past tribalism. We are past this is our people. We are past being given handouts and just electing leaders who after a few months won't even remember us, and the few shillings ulipatiwa, they will be over. So we all have a role to play. Stand in the gap. What you can do if you're an artist, use your voice, use your art, make music, make poetry, do visual art. If you're a teacher, teach everyone around you. Even in the matatus, just have conversation with people and I'm quite sure if you all keep getting one voice, we are going to do something amazing.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Sasa, please drop something. I know you're just from performing, but just a couple of lines to inspire somebody out there, to open their eyes, whatever it is, whatever the message is, just something creative.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
How many minutes do I have?
Just like a couple.
All right.
Yeah.
Walidai break the law, tulipokataa kuturn the other cheek. Such a slap in the face. Hivyo ndio wengi walijikuta wakiozea behind zile kuta with chains clinked fences. Kujidefend ikawaje offense. But masses wako frustrated, dehydrated in thirst, and still water ndio word wana preach. But raia wamechoka na ahadi, they just wish to drink. On the other hand, what's popping? Champagne mikononi, glass ya wine wana sip, drunk with power. The rich wakizidi kuget richer, poverty gap ikiongezea upana quicker, maskini wakizidi filisika. Hata ile light at the end of the tunnel cannot be spotted from such a distance.
Wow. Aki, wait, that is beautiful. That was Sijui nimekasirika tena all over again. And I think something about art is its ability to bring up emotions evil.
Yeah.
I don't need to understand the concept deep. Lakini when I hear a song crying, when I hear poetry just speaking out against injustice, speaking out for our country, all of a sudden it's moving me. So I feel like art is a movement by itself because it moves you.
Yeah.
So please continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. And where can people find you on the socials?
Emily K. Milan across all platforms.
Ebu spell that last name.
Emily K. Milan. MILLERN. Milan.
Niliwambia mjazoea. So thank you so much, Emily K. Milan. And continue enjoying the exhibition. Now, wapostie waonyeshe that wanahata.
Nitawaonyesha what they are missing out.
Sindio?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Wewe tiwachonango youthman ina tiwachonango youthman ina kwa watoto vijana na wazee tuungane na upendo uendelee tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause kuna magic in lover, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki check amani na do amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani maendeleo yanahusu jameni na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing Youthman inabonga na wewe Youthman inabonga na wewe tiwachonango Youthman tiwachonango Youthman inabonga ukabila na dini tatutengani noma yangu niko dini ya upendo nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo nikizitoka ni wanatukembani tunapatana mitabeli za kisana walitushika wakatupigisha nduru tukaungana tukapataga uhuru tuungane tushikane tupendane we must unite as a people tuungane tushikane tupendane we must unite as a people Youthman inabonga na wewe Youthman inabonga na wewe tiwachonango Youthman tiwachonango Youthman Youthman inabonga na wewe Youthman inabonga na wewe tiwachonango Youthman tiwachonango Youthman
Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby oh. First of all you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I asked you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Yeah. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kung'ang'ana. If I asked you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are for me my African woman. Forever me and you. Kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I asked you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, my baby you know mimi nakupenda sana. Listen. Hey, my baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. You love for me, make me shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la
siku njema. Hey, yo, busy. Jaja. Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis. Siku njema. Relax. Jaja. It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. Yeah, you are a winner. You're a champion. Don't you worry, my brother. Don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. 'Cause nothing comes easy, and nothing is easy. Fungua macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitense. That's smile on your face. As above, so below. The universe is me, and I know the Most High. He resides in me, so we're stress free. Come on, dance with me. Nanaku whatever the troubles for that day, I just choose to levitate. High and high, Nina vibrate. Can't nobody, baby, I am the moon, I am the sun. Bask in the glory, cause that's who you are. They call me free, my name is freedom. Shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini, kitu cha kwanza. Simama, sauti paza, ukiri siku njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja.
Kwangu nyumbani kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma? Kumbe ni kawaida, toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi, anajiona shujaa. Hata ninaogopa sema yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida, tangu kitambo nishazoea. Pesa pia natafuta na mapenzi nazidishia. Heshima mimi nampa, ila sikosi kilio.
Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Usipende, si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's a make all the world we live in. Tukingangana sote tunde juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura, yeah. Oh, yeah.
solution kwa wote lakini sio wote wanaifeel. Projects zilipewa chapa lakini years later outcomes zinaata. Reports SCC zilikuwa mama yule alibai hama ndio jajako na hama. Kama Kenya sitahama wao ndio watahama. Kiongozi bonga na watu wake, at least hivi ndio ataki peace kwake. My youths daily wako under attack, unemployment daily na attack, police brutality bullets in attack, kukosa infrastructure best in attack. Sio Dandora, Kariakoo na Kiumbini tu, hao wote ni victims wa wizi, hao wote ni victims bila justice, hao wote ni victims wa poverty. Ni lini nchi itakuwa stable? Ni lini counties zitakuwa stable? Ni lini? Sote tulisema yes 2010, pamoja tupunguze hii mess, tusonge mbele.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. No way, yeah. No way, yeah. No way.
Bridge ya kujenga juu, sina bridge nilichoma, so kwa masis wangu na mabro niturauke juu. Indo ile time si tunahitajiana, nipe love nikupe bila kukaziana. People power ndio dawa maradhi kutengana, tusingoje disaster ndio tujiorganize, na nguvu za kupambana na political lies. Ni sai ndio kesho jo ikuwe ni fine, katiba yetu ni safi na ndio the grand design, lakini corruption inatuvuta behind. Ini haki kweli kwanza kwa kizazi cha kesho, na wazazi hawana hata guarantee ya pension. Masivo sava njuku wana cruise na benzos, tukiuliza swali wanatujibu na tension. Yeah.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. No way, yeah. 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 No way, yeah.
After kutupitisha machungu 5 years ago, wamerudi tena na promises tamu kakuchocha sukari na kopa. Sai Kenya imejaa deni, hata kwa mama mboga huwezi kopa.
Kwenye natoka kuna mandenga mafedi kudai pay, hadi na life kupanda bay, ngori kwa busy ya daily. 10 millionaires, 10 million beggars kweli. Revolution ili delay, weka ngumi pale hewani. Tuna anthem kachwani, boresha hali kwani. Wakipromote makali, makat na bangi. Tuna quote Wangari, Mahatma Gandhi. Mikono ya serikali, refu sijui gani ni gani.
Mikono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Betrayal in the city, kwa giza kuna nuka jasho ama iti. Judas amefufuka kwa season 2 ya kuleta busu, but hii haikuhusu. Juu yali prefer handshake, mpaka economy wameishake. Tunakula maisha na salad, daktari alidai nisikule chakula kibanda. Nilimsho nimenona jua kukula nutrients za hongo. Nimechukua tende iko bongo, na mkinifuata huko nitauzia mpaka akili zenu kwa ubongo.
Shake psycho fans, greetings in quotes ndio topic ya symposium. Infected handshake, juu yake quarantine, hata kani kuijengea aquarium. Gava bila watchdog, wako ni good time sahi. Funny sana kasa maki kuhisi kiu. Sahi wana go overboard na sugar mami. Wameka mercury kwa sugar tunalia mami. Handshake, imefanya tumebaki kuulizia press ya pillowcase after jurisdiction. But tumezoea bro.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali.
hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Soundtracks accept and move on, but what happens to the dead souls? Unity kwa wengine, disunity kwa wengine. Tumefocus now sana tukasahau we are the main victims in this written script. All they care about is their ambitions. We mean nothing to them, so listen. Baba si mama, baba si mama. Mama ananyokwa kinyozi, so daily nitamuita baba. Wewe ndio unaijua shida mnazopitia. Listen, my silence is so loud. I'm saying everything but saying nothing at all.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Nogo ni nogo, unatokeseja metito, itabaki kuwa nogo.
Sokomoko fulani katikati ya hizi nugu, kuna kamoja kako stareka na kula njugu. Kando yake sini hawa mandugu, kila mtu anakimbiza ndio apate hiyo ngugu. Beshte yake ako hapo tu kando, akijaribu kubonga na patio avocado. Ajipake muda wake ulishaka bando, safta kutumbika na rushwa mingi skando. So sijipate kwa kona utaundiwa kamati ya kukunyoosha utoshe kwa hiyo kabati. Mwenye kukushughulikia alitoka kwa hiyo zahanati, ajaziona viatu wamezea pati pati. Ndani ya msitu kumejaa ukora fulani, huwezi ona maendeleo hata uvae miwani. Fanya makosa urushe mawe ukiwa diwani, utashtuka sana ukijipata uko ziwani.
Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto. Hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto, Si tunapigwa foto. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto. Hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto, Si tunapigwa foto.
Jikati ya wanyama kuna wale ni majitu, wakipatikana kwa ngori wautoaka kitu. Kuswallow everything ndani ya msitu ni uakti ninja wakidance katitu. Chief Justice wa huku ni madara na faka, leta kesi hapa ni panga unataka. Ujirani wao ni wapanya na paka, saka tako mwage ushames na kikaka. System ya hapa ni kuchunga zao familia, I think ikisema hivyo ishakuwa so familia. Kidai miaka ujapanga kuitumia, umetengwa nugu hapa leta chaimia. Ni obvious hapa kuna pundamilia, ukipata zebra cross na amilia. Time ya kupima urefu wa meno na mikia, wakubwa wameingia we kiti amkia.
Boom shakalaka. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto. Hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto, Si tunapigwa foto. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto. Hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto, Si tunapigwa foto.
Wamechange hizo tisho zimechorwa milioni, wamevaa vitenge rangi ya bilioni, style ya kuhaibaneta paka milioni, na doo zote zilishia huko matirioni. Umesikia sakata ingine bado, na Kemsa isha buy staff na doo bado. Nipe uvumilivu ka Rose Muhando, Juma Singa dami na hamishwa Kajiado. Malalamishi ya mnyama tu mbili, budget ikisome imeongezwa 02. Yeye ndio ung'ang'ana sana, sio siri, zawadi zikikama na patwa tu ngiri. BBI na watoto tuhamishwe, kifunga macho ndio dozi zamishwe. Wenye makosa wapeleke wasafishwe, wang'olewe kwa viti na doa siitishwe.
Always comparing myself to you. Sometimes I feel like I overdo. Times when I feel like I'm over you. Thinking and I feel like I have no clue. Singing and you are the moods. Sometimes I act a fool. Singing and in a choma sana. Sometimes do not sana. Sometimes I act too cool. Singing and you act a fool. Sometimes you drive me crazy. I swear I drive you crazy. Consistent, consistency, consistent, consistently, consistent, consistency, consistent, consistent, day by day, 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 day by day. Consistent, consistently. Anxiety, naanza tabia za self-sabotage. Naanza tabia za overjudge. Naanza kujifungia, naanza kujikazia. Mwenzio nafunga hisia. Sometimes I feel so blue. Sometimes I have no clue. Saa ingine unachoma sana. Sometimes tunakosana. Saa ingine ninapotea. Sometimes unanikosea. Sometimes you drive me crazy. I swear I drive you crazy. Consistent, consistency, consistent, consistently, consistent, consistency, consistent, consistent, day by day, 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 day by day. Consistent, consistently.
Today you available. Me, I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby, neza kuwa me and you. Only. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, sabab. 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 Let me be your service provider. I give you the cable, show you my talent, baby, and you be the label. You be the goddess, and I be the temple. Give you the king like you never knew that I was able. Hourglass body, can I get a minute of your time? Can I really show you how a minute? You maximize my nini when you're in a mini. Bad girl, kana denge anakuva nini? Ona kuvese wendo na die. Ekana na tuvese, see you know that I'm the guy. Mina mpango za kifiji wakibonga Dubai. Peter best fanya mabazua Zubai. Aye. Look at the way she deep so she rocks so when she whiny pale kwa disco. Who got the fire with the body come on a pistol. Ona vilo na maliza mandem. Finito, finito. Ndabia kana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, sabab. 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 Yeah.
Now that you aware, kakaseka na kulike. Nipe keys of box, wingy and on the lock. I can tell you're a performer by the way you hold the mic. You been really bad, let me cuff you, no cops. Kiss you on your neck, tell you everything is great. Nikonja and you're a full course meal on a plate. African time, I guarantee I come late. Love you heavier to watch honey, walking goja, what a weight. Get it? And I can take care of you, no advantage. Put you in a yes, you can have it and some fashion. Love the way you classy and you boozy, you're a savage. See how you want it like a gypsy with a talent. I see where ukianzenya aki yao unanikunywa sana utadhani ni happy yao. Kisha shauri moyo sini shauri yao. Mimi nisha shauri yangu sasa ni show ni how. Kala tu ndabia kana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you only. Tell me kana weza sababisha sababisha sabab. 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 Yeah. See, I see. Okay. As it cop, tell you no. Focus vibration. Kijakazi ameniada, amenipini mdomo, alama kwa mkono, mchoro za kambanono, kwa mbao amenilaza kama kipande cha nyama. Masani ya lunch usahau, kumbuke niko njaa sijadishiba. Ana fist on me na mapose bila pressure. Sabuni ashachanganya akiniosha kwenye boot kama Mercedes Classic. Ni uchungu ikiingia nikisonga nasongesha tena ndani kabisa. Hasira inanijaa, git inamwagika tena nikisonga, kiso nachomoa, macho imekodoa.
Amenigusa vibaya, mimi mtoto kijana. Usichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Mama amemchapa baba, amempiga vibare. Nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Niko na guilt na mawazo kwanza za kuogofya. Nasikitika sana vile jamii nanitenga. Kila mtu ananisema kosa ilangu tena. Kijakazi alinitenda. Niko na trauma inaniumiza. Mawazo ya kujinyonga, virusi zinanikula. Shetani ameingia, nimechoka juu. Hakuna neniamini nikisema jakazi amenilawiti. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingepeta mdomo. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingepeta mdomo.
Amenigusa vibaya, mimi mtoto kijana. Usichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Mama amemchapa baba, amempiga vibare. Nani atanamini nikisema?
Hiyo noma. Hiyo ego, no more lies.
Pick just a bit of it, that it is a truly reflection of the chapter 1 that you have just read. We the people, and a full embodiment of it, and basically evidence of what can be achieved if we think differently as a people. And that means everything to me in this space. Yeah.
Thank you. Stella?
So for me, I'll pick up from what Don has said. June 25th, 2024 is and was a reminder that the work that we do by going to the streets, by using our digital platforms to voice our concerns, actually work. Because what we are seeing now, and the police and hooligans hired by people in positions of power, that's happening because they see the power of organizing. And so June 25th and all the other protests that have happened in this country serve as reminders that power has to be checked, and nobody is more important than the people of Kenya, than the citizens. So we the people shall mandatory hold people in power to account. And it's not optional, it's not a request, it's a duty. It's a civic duty. Yeah.
Thank you. Nick?
For me, June 25th is more than just a date. I feel like it signifies, first of all, the power of the digital space. As someone who's into that space, as someone who's way interested in the digital space, it shows how much the media can be used to actually harness for good. We can harness good energy from the digital space. It also shows us that there's nothing like age limits to taking up power. There's nothing like age limits to making change. There's nothing like age limits to running governments or getting your point across. We've come to a time where we can not only be seen, but we have to be heard. So that's the main takeaway from June 25th, that we were seen, now we want to be heard.
Exactly. Wow, wonderful, wonderful place to begin, all of you. Thank you. I want to start with you, Stella. If you look at June 25th and the months that have followed, the 12 months that have followed, we have seen not just young people, but most importantly and significantly, young women placed at the center of changing the state of the nation. And if we compare with the previous liberations, the first liberation struggle, the second one, and the third one, it was mostly men, older men. There were only very few women who are not young women. Wangare Maathai, Martha Karua, Phoebe Asio. What does it say to us that today there are more younger women at the forefront?
I think it shows that the future is bright. The future is female. And so, and first I want to say and acknowledge that women have always played a key role in the liberation movement. And the patriarchy, which must be defeated in all its forms, has lied to us that women were taking a back seat. So they're not documented, and that's why we need to document more. And the stories that are told are not told of the role that women played. I read a book a long time ago by Munyiri called Password, and she talks about the role of women in so many things, even in tactics about where to hide, providing food, even freedom fighters. Field Marshal, for instance, was a freedom fighter. But now, and I wrote an article last year celebrating young women, young sheroes that have fought for this country and continue to fight. What we are seeing now is a lot of efforts that have been happening since way back, and young women continue to rise. Young women were at the forefront of organizing the Reject Finance Bill last year. Young women organized the End Femicide protests that were happening across the country, not just in Nairobi. And young women continue to organize. Haven't we seen young women organize here? They're the ones registering at the table. Our MC is a lady. The ladies that have organized this event, I know Jerry is here, Marion is here. Our organization at Imagine Leaders Foundation is funded by a woman. So women have always been there, and I would like us to see women more. And that is why we must say no to femicide. That's why we must say no to patriarchal norms that make fun and sexualize women, and start to see women as the real change makers at the forefront of change.
Thank you very much. And for anyone who loves to read, Munyiri Kimani's books are quite an eye-opener, challenging the history that we have known, or rather the history that has been given to us with a lot of editing to it. Nick, today a typical 19-year-old is concerned about where they will go for the next hangout, concerned about what will happen to their grade at the next exam. But you're here, you've been in the streets, you're pushing activism. Why does this matter to you?
It matters a lot to me because I'm still gonna be in the country, and I think I'm gonna live a bit more. Things are tough out there, and I'd want to never tell these words to my kids. I want them to go out there. I want them to express themselves. I want them to know that there's nothing like an age limit to what they can do. So to me, 19 is nothing. 19 is nothing, because at the end of the day, if the country is bad, I will also inherit a very bad country. And I want the country to be safe for me, for my business, and for my kids.
Collins, I want to thank you. We can appreciate it. Collins, I want to take you back in history, and I'll take you to Nigeria and South Africa. In, I think, October of 1995, the famous Ogoni 9 were found guilty by the military rule of General Sani Abacha and executed. One of the Ogoni 9 was Ken Sarowiwa. Why? Because he was fighting for his people's rights against multinational corporations like Shell. This week, the government of President Bola Tinubu pardoned all the Ogoni 9 posthumously and gave them state honors. Let's cross over to the south. In 1976, June 16th, a group of young men, mostly women, take to the streets protesting against the system of education, saying that black children were getting inferior education compared to the white students, and many of them in their thousands were killed by police at that time, giving us the Day of the African Child. If you put those two events in parallel to June 25th, and if you compare now with the liberation struggle that we have been to, do you think that the young people are finally taking their space?
I will say a big yes. They are finally taking their space. Look at all those examples you have given. All those people were fighting not against a million people. They are fighting against a handful of people who are cowards, who don't know how to run the government, and who think that anybody who speaks ill or who speaks the truth against the ills that are happening in government are their enemies, instead of looking at them as opportunities to improve. So it's a history of mediocre humans who have been running our states, who have been very intolerable to bright minds. Now, putting that against what is happening today, even look at even the Kenyan history, as even given the history of Nigeria, South Africa. Look at even the Kenyan history. What happened in 1990, the Saba Saba movement. There are young people who led the demonstrations in the street. Even after the people who planned the demonstration could not get to the street, the other young people went to the street. Look at what happened during that time. More than 200 people were killed on the streets, thousands injured, right? Because young people who saw the country differently were not given an opportunity to express the new ideas that should drive their nations forward. So it's a common pattern of mediocre people who have held into state power, pushing back against progressive ideas that threaten their existence, because they know that if those ideas are given space to be implemented, they'll no longer be part of the history of that country. They'll be wiped out of such leadership because they do no longer belong. And sometimes as poets we look at that, maybe that's the advantage of death, that mediocre ideas should die so that then progressive ideas should take space.
All right.
But sometimes if these mediocre ideas refuse to die, we must kill them so that then the new ideas can take space. And that is why activism is very important. If activism is not there, because only a few people do that, the society cannot see what is possible.
All right.
And that's what the major role of activism in our society, that it paints the picture of a possibility of a better world. So then the people can follow through, put the energy, and make it,
All right.
a reality.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me stay with you and ask this question. And after this question, I am coming to the audience with one question to get 2 or 3 comments. If we look back, and this question is for all of you, if we look back at Kenya's history, what you referenced 1990, the Sabasaba, but what other defining moments have shaped political participation and activism and since independence, both political participation in general, but also by the young people? What other defining moments come to mind?
I'll start with the 1990 Sabasaba, the 1992 one, come to 1997, come to 1999, and come to 2002, where now like-minded people came together now to put the history of the dictator to rest. One of the most significant, and even as if Stella even speaks about, the involvement of women in all this struggle, the 1997 demonstration that was organized by the late professor, was a professor environmentalist, Wangari Maathai, with the help of Kina Njoya, moving a demonstration together with wives of those people who had been, What did the police do? They stripped the women naked, they clobbered them, they jailed them, they tear gassed them. It was terrible. Mothers. It was bad. But you see, you even wonder if it has to go to an extreme before something good can be imagined. Because after all those changing points in the history of Kenya, a new thing happens that even as you sit in reflection, it didn't have to take such level of death or loss for a good thing to happen.
All right. Let's take Stella. What defining moments do you remember from the first liberation in the 60s?
Yeah. I actually want to start from where we are and recent history, because, and one of the key figures in Kenya that we have in terms of defining Kenya's protest and movement is Wangari Maathai. But for me, I am more interested in helping young people also relate to the key figures that are now part of our history. Even what happened last year is part of our history. And one of them is Mercy, who stood up and called out Uasin Gishu county government looters or greedy leaders when they embezzled all the funds for the scholarship. And I think she sparked something. She sparked a movement amongst young people. And for the very first time, we started to see younger people, Gen Zs, younger people starting to see, oh, by the way, I can actually do that. And we need to call out people. Then months later, we have the femicide march. And again, we see more young people coming out, and it's actually organized by young people. That, I think, was very, very much a defining moment. My dress, my choice. When I was in campus myself, I had never ever gone to such a protest before. I was only going to the UN protest where we are just fighting against Sonu or, waiting for elections or help, But my dress, my choice was a countrywide conversation. And for the very first time, women and people who care about women were saying, enough is enough. I don't care what you think about my dressing. I will wear what I want to wear. And again, that was a very much defining moment. I think of Shakira last year when she stood up to the police and said, I'm not moving. It's my right to protest. That too was a key defining moment. Way back, Mother Karua walking out of President Moi and saying, no, I'm not agreeing with what you're saying. So there are so many points in history that define what we do now. But I still insist that we need to start having conversations about moments in history of key figures that are alive today, that were there in last year's protest, even those that were highlighted in the BBC documentary, saying their names and helping young people start to relate with those ones that they saw last year on the street is very important. The guy, Boniface, for instance, and all the young people that have died in the recent weeks, again, those two are key figures in our history. So yeah, it's important to also highlight those, even as we highlight the 90s and the 60s and the 50s. And I have to shout out Modoni Likimani, who has really documented so many stories about the role of women in fighting for Kenya's freedom. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding us that we have heroes who show up every day like ordinary people, and we need to honor them in their respective ways. Nick, any defining moments that help you to give you impetus to continue advancing the movement?
When names like Rex Masai are mentioned, I mean, that strikes something in you. That's a very recent example. We don't even have to go back to the 70s. We don't have to go back to the 90s. We just say a recent name that sparked something. Abel Tujong sparked something in you, even right now. And we can use it as recent examples. Because, you know, back then in history, the ones who had access to the media are the ones who wrote history, essentially. Because they're the ones who had the records and everything. But right now, you cannot lie because there is X. People can create a whole timeline of how everything happened from scratch. We have 3D software where they can scan every single police officer. So for me, I like basing my arguments on things I personally know, 100%, with very verified information, instead of even going back to history. But we can always go back to history, and I feel like Kenya has always been in a struggle. From the 60s, where we're fighting for democracy, to the 80s when we were fighting for multipartyism, to when the 2000s we were fighting for constitutional reforms, 2010 with the new constitution, with now the elections, 2007. So we've always been fighting something, and right now we're fighting for accountability. We're not even fighting for democracy anymore. It's so sad that we had to fight for democracy from the white people who never got to understand us. But now we're fighting for things from our very own people. And it is very sad. We're just fighting for accountability. Just tell us what we're doing. Just don't give us empty promises. And I feel like that's a very easy thing to do, because when you tell people you're going to do something, just follow up to them. That now we have everything, and we can actually follow you up. We can see that the budget's being given out every day, but very little to no development happening. So I feel like Kenya has always been a struggle, and it's very sad that we are fighting for our own rights from our very own people.
Right. Thank you. When you talk about budgets, it's interesting. We are about 10 days to the end of this financial year, but the executive submitted a supplementary budget. And in that supplementary budget, status alone got about 34 billion to spend in 10 days. Interesting stuff. I want to move the microphone to you. So I don't know if there's a way someone can help you to help me get the mic to the people. And the question I am asking the people, these defining moments of history that you've had here and the ones you know, and history includes Albert Ojwang, history includes Boniface Karaoke, history includes Hanifa. History, as they have said, is not the 60s and the 90s. Random. Anyone there? I'm going to pick someone. Yeah, there's a hand here. What do those names mean to you, and why? How do they encourage you to keep showing up?
Hi. My name is Caroline Morote, and is it me? Am I the drama? Okay. It's seeing that you're not alone in the thing that you believe in, seeing that there's people who haven't lost hope, who might be just as fed up and as tired as you are, but completely refuse to give up. So me seeing a bunch of people in the streets, June 25 was my birthday, so that is a super defining moment, will forever be. And understanding that there's people, you know, the 60s, 90s, 70s, who came before me, who were fighting for similar things, and lived to tell the tales, some unfortunately didn't, tells me that there's always a reason to fight. And the fact that I am able to enjoy a level of democracy and freedom that I'm enjoying currently because somebody chose to be inconvenienced for what was rightfully theirs, but chose to go out and inconvenience themselves, get hurt, get arrested, maybe a bad reputation, then why not? Because I plan to bring a future generation into this world, and I hope to bring a much better Kenya for them with my little action where possible. So that's why those defining moments matter to me. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman. Can we bring the mic to you to tell us about these defining moments, these names? There's a gentleman right there on the red haystack. Talk to us. These defining moments, these names of history. What do they mean for you?
Okay, my name is the blacksmith. I'm the blacksmith. I'm an artist. This was just random, but I believe this has been a fight that has been here for many generations. Like it's been a fight that's been on for more than 400 years now. So the fight has been going on. There have been heroes before us who've been fighting for this, who have been actually fighting for love, because all this is love, essentially, the core of it. So I believe everything has been building up since then, up until now. So we really never know if we have the will to do it. We can actually turn things around this time, and the fire just keeps burning from right now.
All right. If we have the will, and indeed we have to maintain the will. Let me come back to the panel. I'll be coming back to you after the next a few more questions. Let me start with you, Stella, this time round. What makes, if you look here, Africans, many Africans in different countries, they look and see Kenya in the last 1 year, and they are shocked, and they wonder whether we are actually a country because of the things that happen here, from Tanzania, Majirani, South Africa, Nigeria, everywhere. What makes the young people's movement and activism today different from the generations past?
Well, I think first that we stand because those that came before us didn't stand. We sit because they stood for us. We stand because they crawled. I would give them like the biggest credit for that. And another thing would be education, for instance. I know we're going to talk about structural challenges that young people in future will have, one of them being access to education. I think to Sidarao Kama Kenyans, the few years that we were able to access education and a big chunk of our population being able to access free education, it definitely made a difference. The other thing is our civic space. Kenya's civic space is a great space, and that's why they're trying to close it up. That's why they're trying to suppress it. That's why they want to tax bundles, for instance, and our access to internet services, because we have access to those platforms to access even challenge and we will lose those freedoms, because it's our freedoms and our constitutional rights that make we can even come to this space and talk free of charge and nobody's going to ask us, or if they do, then we can challenge that in a court of law. Yeah.
Thank you. Collins, I want to come to you and with a question before I come to Nick here, because we are drawing parallels now. What we have seen is an unholy alliance across the region. If you go to South Sudan, the opposition and the civic space is being muzzled every day. In Uganda, there are tales every single day you wake up. They literally have to pass a bill just so Museveni can try civilians in a court-martial against the constitution. In Tanzania, I mean, we have seen, and very early in the day, I said that Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan is a terrible tyrant than Magufuli. Her tyranny is veiled in her soft, no pun intended, it is veiled in her soft voice. And we saw what she did to us a few days or weeks ago, and we are happy that Boni is here. Makofi ya Boni watu wangu. And everywhere, if you go to Burundi, there are stories there. In Rwanda, you cannot even identify as an opposition or a civic actor. What is fueling this unholy alliance of the heads of state? The East African community now sounds more like a terror squad.
I think what's fueling it is that the people are now informed, and they can no longer tolerate the mediocrity that is being propagated by the few people who are trying to hold on to the old ways of doing stuff. You see, it even touches on what Stella was talking about, and as to how activism is done today. When people talked about the finance bill last year, not only a few people came out in masses because they understand what is going on and they want to be part of that change, right? Just a few years before, only a few people had the guts and the balls to call these people out. When Boniface Mwangi stood during a national holiday, how many people stood with him? It was just one person, yeah? But the voice remained stronger. When Timothy Njoya was clubbed in 97, he was shouting alone. But today, when one person shouts, no, we all shout. And that's the fear that the old dogs, you know, have across the country. Because we are in a point of history where things are tipping over. And they can't prevent that. So those are desperate, you know, kicks of a dying horse. But that time has come.
Let me add.
And you can't stop it.
Let me add to that real quick. So how do we begin to coalesce as the people of East Africa? How do we coalesce around each other and build or create a people's jumuiya?
My thinking is that we have to pull together towards a common purpose, right? When that common purpose is not there, there'll be infiltration, and there has always been in history, where some people come in to take advantage of a cause, right? But if we, in this generation, identify that common cause, and everyone then is able to plug in their own talent and power and all that, that movement will be so strong that nothing can stop it.
Right.
So it's about just building that common objective, that this is where we are headed, and everybody should push towards that direction.
All right. I'm trying to run fast before the rains get here with us, that we get as much as we can. Nick, the young people, as we have said, repeated here on this panel, are more active today than, or visibly active than in generations past. Do you think that they are more effective, they are more organized, that the digital is playing a bigger role? Is there more that can be done for them to deliver or achieve a lot more?
Yeah. I think we're more organized. I think we have more influence because social media, there's so many users on social media. I mean, you can compare us to 1963, where for us to send a notice of a Maandamano, maybe we'd have to send a letter and it would have to take 1 month before it gets there, and the messenger would be shot before it even gets there. Anyways, so right now I can just easily send a message to someone in Meru, someone in Kirinyaga, someone in Turkana. We can always come together. The same way it is as easy for us to send money across the country, it is also very, very easy for us to even print banners. Right now I can send a message for someone in Munyiri to go print a banner. You know, back in the day, all the banners have to be printed in Nairobi, then they are taken to Munyiri. So right now we are more effective, we are more organized, and for the how we can increase our influence is, first of all, being very, very objective. If we be objective, that's the only way this is going to work. Because if you're not objective, there's a lot of vulnerability. There are upcoming politicians who will see this Maandamano going in, push their agendas a bit, and we take them into power. Remember, some of these people upcoming, it's not that they're not bad. They're not good. It's just that they've never been given a platform to do evil. And they will come hijack the Maandamanos, and they will come and they will go into power. And then 2027, now past 2027 to be now 2028, and they will go back. Wow, we did the same mistake that we did. Yeah. So we start now Maandamano again. How long will we stay in Maandamano? Because remember, it's also affecting businesses. Okay, we will fight as long as we have to, but let's be very, very objective. If we're standing up for accountability, let's be accountable ourselves. If you're showing up to Maandamano and you are condemning politicians who are stealing, don't go and steal someone's shop. Because you saw how people looted someone's laptop business. You see? I mean, if you're really fighting against the politicians,